Bam!
Boom!
Welcome to the Oblivion Show. I'm Joe ET, and this is...
Mr. Dolphin to you, mate. How's it going?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah.
What's popping? What you been up to?
What have I been up to? I didn't think about that this time. I went to Leeds earlier in the month to play at Fractal and see some friends. That was awesome. Other than that, I've just been working a lot on projects and trying to get stuff done before the end of the year. Some cool releases coming up for Oblivion, getting the next Oblivion release out. There's been a lot of, well, not a lot of delay, but it's been a little bit delayed because of the sheer amount of tracks on it and all the content that needs to be created for it. But we're ploughing through it and getting ready for the show. Thanks for subscribing, that person whose name I cannot pronounce. Hello, welcome to the show. And what have you been up to, Gregory?
Went to Slovakia. Went over there. Met with the drum match crew. Met all those. Got my Carnage crew.
Got your fucking Carnage Corps t-shirt on.
Yeah. Thank you guys. It was lovely to meet them. Fantastic hospitality. That was loads of fun. Really, really nice over there.
Yeah.
Had a great time. And then we did Gabeland in Amsterdam for ADE last weekend, and that was good. That was really good. There was a lot of old man energy there. There was Luke, Manu, Lenny. There was there was just so much energy. It was like, yeah, I need to lie down after that. But yeah, it was really good. Really nice.
You needed to lie down after old man energy.
Do way too much. But yeah, it was a really good party. Really, really nice vibes. And it was nice to kind of have that kind of like old Gabba mainstream, you know, kind of like Roughneck and Vince and all those guys.
Yeah.
And Yappo and mixing up with kind of the Prospecty crew and some like old speedcore and stuff. It was really, really nice. It was like a really good mix of people. Yeah, definitely. Would definitely do
Maybe
it again.
that's the way forward. There seems to be like a kind of an alliance of...
It's one way forward.
Yeah,
it's an
idea.
There was, I think, one of the common themes there was it was like there wasn't many people that were really into, or didn't seem like there was into the kind of like the newer kind of up-tempo-y sort of, you know, raw style up-tempo kind of vibes. It was more kind of classic hardcore vibes, and it was really nice. Really good bunch of people.
Awesome. Very cool. We've got a very busy...
I've upped my slipper game as well.
You've upped your slipper game?
Yeah, I went for the
I've got
North
some
Face
of them.
Denali's.
Mine are
mashed
up,
I went for the
though.
fleece ones.
Oh, no. What a great start to the show. We're sharing our fucking slippers. Proper hardcore old man.
Old man energy. Old man energy.
All right. Well, I guess we should invite some guests in because it's not all about you and I, Gregory, because today we've got a couple of bona fide legends on the show.
Legends.
So, drum roll, please. Yeah. Welcome, Conrad Ophidian and Frank ID. What's good, guys?
Hey,
hi.
How you doing, man? Thanks for having us
Old
on the
man.
show.
Oh, man. Conrad doesn't age a day, though. Come on, he still looks well young.
Yeah.
Well young, yes.
No filters.
Exactly.
It's just filters.
Yeah. So how are you, Conrad? What have you been up to?
Yeah, I did a couple more gigs. Poland and Austria, that kind of stuff. Good times, really different kinds of parties. And a lot of work, obviously. I have fallen behind, as is usual, on my remix work and my other productions that I try to do. I spent a lot of time on this album that just happened.
Oh.
And, yeah. So I think we should talk about that today. But that that pushed a lot of stuff out front that I still need to finish now. So yeah, that's what's going on.
Awesome. Could you turn your mic up a little bit, please? I'm getting feedback in the chat saying it's in the mods chat saying it needs to be a bit louder. And Frank, what have you been doing?
What, recently?
Well, probably not best telling everybody what you've been doing today because that's probably not very... Frank's a little bit sick, aren't you, buddy?
Yep, but I'm here at least. I have at least have 30% of my old man energy.
Very thankful.
And like Greg said, it was Yappo, Lenny, it's just so many. Manu, I think the average age of all the DJs was 46. So it was, yeah.
Did you actually calculate that?
No, but seriously, there were a lot of DJs in their 50s there.
Yeah.
And I've been I quit teaching 2.5 years ago. I got suckered back in for a very short period. My last week is next week. And it's like these kids take a lot of, and all of your old man energy gets depleted dealing with these kids. We did do that. This little album that you may not have heard of before. Ooh. And it took way too much of our time, but it's a passion project, so it was okay. But we are, both of us, indeed very much behind on other things.
Okay, I'm getting a little bit of an echo from somebody. Somebody coming through the speakers. I can hear echo for some reason. No?
Nope.
Okay. Anyway, I'll move on. So thank you both for coming on the show. We really appreciate it, and especially if Frank not feeling very well, you're powering through. So we really, really appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Okay, let's say hello to a few people in the chat because we've got a lot of people in. There's 93 people in the chat. Hello, greetings.
We're gonna have to cut some people maybe. It's too busy.
Kick some people.
I'm not used to this kind of audience.
Like, look, this is industrial hardcore people. We can't handle.
Hey, Celine, Psy909, Avonda, D Manufacturer, J Tracid, Cam, Daniel Hudson, Benjamin Richter, Carnage Core, Butterfist, Randy. Randy's already gifting out memberships. Nice one, Randy. Big up. Captain Jax, Axel, Simhats, Riverdance, Ant Tones in the chat, Dean Devastator. There's a lot of people. Dean. Mr. Dennis Sekedos Vigilia in the chat. Rough NXS, Dolphinsky in the chat. James Bufferland, Rave Giet, Cementi. Oh my God, there's a lot of people in there. If you're listening and you're not in the chat yet, just hit the subscribe button and you can talk in the chat. We'll happily talk to you, hear your questions, etc., etc. Okay, before we get started, quick message from our sponsors. The Oblivion Show is sponsored by Hardcore Beer. If you go to hardcorebeer.nl and put Oblivion Show at checkout, you get yourself a nice discount. The show is also sponsored by WeTweak. WeTweak.com. Access and free credits for Tier 3 members. Boom. There we go.
Kids in the chat, by the way.
Pardon?
Is there
Kids
also
in the chat?
Hardcore beers like non-alcoholic solution for people who are sick?
There is some non-alcoholic ones.
There's a feature request in.
Yeah, there is some coming. Shout out to Kin in the chat. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Okay, so show. So tonight on the show, we've got the New Blood is the first section. That's where people submit their music and get feedback from us and the chat. We have an interview with The Silence and talking about your new Alias, the album, and we won't be doing like any deep dive interview on Ophidian or ID. We've done the ID one before. Hopefully Conrad enjoys the show tonight and he'll come back as a solo guest later. But today...
No pressure.
No pressure, chat. Be kind. But today is all about The Silence. So we're really going to focus on that. So we're not going to be playing Butterfly, right? We're going to be playing crunchers, bangers, right? Right, first up, we're going to go into... The New Blood. Where's the stinger for the New Blood? It's disappeared. Oh my God. New blood. There we go. Yeah, it's disappeared off my thing for some reason. Sorry about that, everybody.
Newer than last time even.
Yep. New Blood. First track on the New Blood today is from Gade System. Untitled 140 work in progress. Let's go.
Shout out to Gade.
Shout out to Gade.
All our dads die, we all die. What are we? We're just meat being shoveled into a grave. Into a grave.
All right, absolute bangers from Mr. Gade System. I've got echo off somebody.
That's you. You get like you got like a delay plug-in on it.
No, I think it's Conrad. His speakers coming through the. Okay,
he's got the most equipment there. It's got to be him.
It must
does,
be.
yeah.
It must be. What do you think, guys?
This is really fun energy. I'm not a big fan of the vocal, but that's just me. I think this would be a monster if it had a hook to sort of tie everything, all the different parts together. And right now, all the drums are really good. Everything sounds really good. There's not one element yet that sort of ties it together. But that's oh yeah, and don't filter in your intros. You're going to be really upset one day when you're mixing someplace and you have shitty monitors.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a really good energy. It's really good.
Awesome.
Yeah, so
Conrad?
I think, I mean, you're definitely leaning on the kick here, which is not a bad thing. So I think it would be very important to, once it is no longer work in progress, to make sure that that growl in the kick really translates. So make sure the mids and the highs are coming through nicely in the mix, so that the kick really slams big and fills up the whole spectrum, because then the whole track will sound massive. But nice work.
Yeah, I really nice groove. I think the vocals could have come up a little bit. Just smash an OTT on it, right? Just pull stick an OTT on it, pull the highs out, and just make it a bit bigger and wider. There's a couple of bits of percussion that could probably done with lifting a bit as well. But I really like the groove. Really nice work from Gade.
It doesn't sound 140, does it? It has faster energy.
Yeah.
I really like this. I've already told him that I'd like to sign this once he's finished it. But I think, like you guys said, it just needs a bit fleshing out and finishing. What do people in the chat think? I'm still getting a little bit of feedback.
My sound's turning like way down now. So.
Yeah, you might need to wear headphones, bro.
I can't.
Okay.
I can't. These ears are too precious.
Okay. People saying it sounds a bit like something Manu would play in his sets. Everybody loving the kicks, nice big full kicks. I think Gade System is in the chat. Yeah, he is. He said this is inspired by Embryonic. His socials, if you're asking there, Embryonic, here is a link to his socials, and we can go to that right now, actually. I think I've got that here. Yep. No bio provided, but Gade System used to be known as Break Force 1. And he's just finding his way into his new alias, getting some cool bookings, some nice drum and bass coming out. Really, really talented producer. I think there's a lot more to come from him in the future. So
he knows
nice
how to get a good party together in the woods.
He does, Rene. And shout to who do we have? Somebody's just joined as a member. Boom, boom, boom. Joe Chen F, thank you for joining our membership into Tier 1. Appreciate that. And Joe Chen donating to Euro Super. Thanks very much. Jochen, sorry, I don't have the Flemish tongue roll down.
No, that's it.
The
No, you got
Dutch,
it.
or even. Okay, next up, we have got Artheist or Artheist. We always get this wrong.
Probably.
Artheist
Artheist.
with
Artheist.
Much better.
with
It is.
Avantgarde.
Stole my painting. It's an art heist.
Nowadays, it's the ways of the underground. Nowadays, it's the ways of the underground.
All right. Awesome. A little bit about the artists. Hello, my name is Lucas, a 26-year-old industrial producer from Graz, Austria. At the last New Blood live stream, I got good and helpful feedback, and I thought I would send another song of mine. Music-wise, I listen to almost everything, but to list a few that have influenced me, Current Value, Limewax, KRTM, Igor, and so on. Thanks for listening and enjoy. P.S. I got sweaty fingers when I heard the Silence of the Perfect Dark album for the first time. Sweaty fingers. That's very. Thanks for that. If industrial doesn't come back now, never again. Thanks for your tune, man. I really enjoyed that. Really good, I thought. What did you think, Frank?
For me, the Amen section, it all sounds really good. It's really well produced. But the Amen section is less exciting to me than the bit that starts at around, I think it's 150 when it starts to do a simple two-step rhythm, and then the double time section is really cool actually.
Yeah.
So I would focus on that, and I think I'm going to be saying a lot about vocals today. But as several people have already used that Artifacts sample, I would maybe not use it again. But I mean, it does work, but it does not need to be there.
Yeah, there's a whole world of samples to choose, right?
Well, I guess there is. Yeah, the entire world is your oyster and your sample.
Dude.
Greg, what do you think?
I really like Frank said, right? I really like the switch ups. And I like the way it kept switching. It was like it's kind of the kind of like the drop, and then kind of like that old prospecty kind of two-step thing, and then a very interesting kind of double time switch up, and then it was kind of going all wonky, and I was like, this is really weird and interesting, and where's it going?
I thought it was good, but I thought that double time bit came out of the blue a little bit. I think it could have had a little bit more of a
lead into
dramatic, just something to give it a bit more pop when it hit.
I think that's what I was thinking as well. Just needed like a little lead into that kind of
some suspense
before the switch ups, or something like, pull it out and then kick it in, and then pull it out and kick it in. You could do that. But really cool tune, really interesting, some like really nice original ideas, and kind of playing on some like kind of classic kind of two-step crossbreed, old school samples and stuff like that as well. So it's good. Cool.
Awesome. Conrad, what do you think?
Was that a bit of skull step in there?
Indeed.
It was.
Yeah.
Good old skull step. I wasn't surprised when you listed off his influences, his favorite artists, because definitely the old school snares and stuff going back. Yeah, I like that. And what you guys were saying about the double or the wonky drop.
Yeah.
I think maybe, you were saying lead in a bit, and I think that would help. Also, maybe once it's done, you could maybe go like have this moment of confusion, but let it settle. Like what, and then. Drop. Do something, some little mini intro or whatever.
Just a little suspense.
Just room to breathe between the madness. Yeah.
And but that's the only thing. Oh, maybe one thing I was thinking of was maybe have some sort of like a hook or a gimmick. It doesn't have to be anything special. It could just be a weird, like synthy crash sound or weird whatever, just that something that just repeats every,
to tie the room together.
Just to be like, this is that track with that thing, that you can say the track with just have something that's very, very recognizable, so that you just to tie it all together.
We've all been doing this for much too long, so what everyone always told us was turn your vocals way up. Make sure you have a decent mixable intro and something of a super recognizable hook, because no matter how dark and cool and underground and sick your drums are, if there's nothing to latch onto, like, that's the track that goes beep, 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 at the end of every 8 bars. Then it's, you're just hurting it's your art. You do with it what you will. But I always like to think of it as art in a museum will still have to have a frame around it. I'm sure I've said that before in the last time I was on. But make sure everything fits within the frame so it's nicely visible and everyone knows where to find it and can see it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. I think overall, good work. The response in the chat was great. People loving the switch up, people loving the snare and the breaks. I think you're onto a winner. Just a little bit of finishing off and it's good to go. Good stuff, man. Wicked. Next up, we have got a track from Hydroxide. This is Operation Neutralization. Let's go.
Situation normal. Law and order has been restored. I'm glad that's over. Situation normal. Law and order has been restored. Situation normal. Situation normal. Law and order has been restored. I'm glad that's over.
All right. A little bit about the artist. This is
First of all,
Yeah,
is
go-
he a
go
member
ahead.
of Spiral Tribe? Because if he
Yes,
isn't,
that's,
that's a bit weird, right?
no, it's not. I
It's
didn't-
like me releasing a record with Lenny D or like a sample of another DJ on it.
You did.
Yeah, I have that's the first thing I wrote down. Now, as
What?
Conrad and I both used that sample because we all did remixes of Void Sector of Wedlock
Sure,
and
yeah,
Coma
yeah.
Baby.
Yeah.
And they were also just somewhat ignorantly, I think, using the sample. But yeah, that was okay, and I think in the end maybe semi-sanctioned. But I wouldn't do it again. But you know, I don't want to be
Yeah,
the
yeah,
first
yeah.
person here to say, "Hey, that sample that I used, don't use that." But yeah, it's kind of weird if you're not a member of Spiral Tribe, indeed.
I think most people who use that sample are actually sampling it from people that have sampled it from something they sampled. So nobody actually realizes that it was a call, like from the original Spiral Tribe.
Yeah.
So yeah.
The fact those guys have been back on the scene lately kind of makes it a little bit weird.
Yeah, so
Anyway.
it doesn't need it. Also, that track is I really like the kick in it. The more honky.
Which kick?
mid-range.
It was like 1,000.
There's 1,000. There's I guess it's the second kick that you can hear. He first brings it in as an edit kick at the end of the intro. That I really like. See, I wrote some things down, of course. I would, the part at 144 really fucks off, as they say in South Africa, and and they do. And at 223, he does a really weird, I guess, bridge between two sections, and it's really loud, but that's just something that would have to be tamed. And yeah, maybe not the spiral drive sample, but it's really fun. It sounds different to everything else, which I really like.
This one did need I know it said no mastering, but this one needed the most mastering out of the tracks we've had.
The kick had been pushed too hard, hadn't it? It was clipping.
Yeah, but it was losing dynamics and highs and stuff. It need to be leveled a bit as well.
I kind of like that about it. I kind of that the kick is sort of lo-fi, but still really functional.
I like when kind of free party vibes. You know, it's just like
exactly.
Throw it all in and see what happens. Yeah,
maybe that's why the spiral drive sample is there.
Maybe.
But I do like that when I mean, it's something that we do. Like if you pump it like to death and just have it, you know, the free party vibe or whatever, or just distorted to hell, then after that have a step that you sort of take it back a bit, so you keep the flavor, but then you tweak the sound like after the fact, so that it sounds that the quality is slightly better without losing the destroyed to hell vibe that it had. So that would be an idea. Maybe even just record it back to 16-bit or whatever, and then re-import it, and then do the tweaks if you lose the sound otherwise.
Yeah, we recommend. Let's see, Camel Fat Now Free has a clear preset. This is a really good. I need to turn all my noise down, but keep it sounding the same. The standard clip is a very cheap option. The Sir Audio standard clip is very good at this.
Is Camel Fat back? Has Camel Fat been re-released then? Because I've been using JBridge on that for a while.
Yeah, so there is
a 64-bit version.
There is a 64-bit version that one of the developers leaked it because he felt bad for everyone. They had developed it, but it was unavailable, and somebody leaked it.
Okay.
There's also the very cheap option, like what I said, just export the track.
Yeah, export it to 16-bit. Yeah.
Export the track to a file, and then re-import the track into a new project. So I mean, it's going to be clipped to hell, but that's what you liked, right? So that's why you were doing that, and it gives you new headroom.
We did so much of that for the album. There's so much exporting and then building a new track on top of something that was exported,
and then exporting it, and then re-importing it, and then
a little infinitum. A little bit about the artist. Hi,
he's
my
in
name
the chat,
is.
By the way, as well.
Oh, hey. My name is Orlando Sardella. I'm from Italy, and I live at the moment in Germany because of my studies. I started experimenting with electronic music 12 years ago, and always focused on faster BPMs, mostly Terra. I'm proud of my latest releases on Speedcore Italia. Lately, I decided to experiment with slower BPMs. I made this track after listening to the new album of The Silence, which blew my mind and inspired me. So there you go, guys. Awesome. It's all on you.
Yay.
Great work, man.
The detonator kick. Yeah.
Keep it up, and we'd be interested to listen to a future iteration of that. If you want to submit it to the show again, we'd love to hear it. Keep up the great work, man.
Keep working on it.
Yeah. Next up, we have Psykomanteum with Crown of Thorns. Let's go.
My kingdom does not belong to this world. If my kingdom belonged to this world, my followers would fight to keep me from being handed over to the Jewish authorities. No. My kingdom does not belong here. one purpose: to speak about the truth. Whoever belongs to the truth listens to me.
All right. Bit of a controversial sample in there.
Can I say something about the vocal samples again?
Indeed.
Well,
So-
and this is also very clearly one where it's obviously I hope this is not that person sitting there with a microphone recording this.
They're actually
him
in
or
the chat,
herself.
and they said that it's actually a sample from Gospel of
Sounds like
John,
a-
and it's actually Jesus speaking.
He sampled
Yeah,
Jesus. I'm not sure they had microphones then.
It's a difficult position for a sample also because there's nothing to mix now. You either start with that vocal, or you just start from the amen. So it's a little weird. And yeah, just I wouldn't do that. So the intro, it's a really fun track. It has really good sounds. It has the bass sound is really good. The amen is really old school dark step, right? Super cool. But it needs a better intro for so you can actually mix it in.
Yeah.
I love the atmosphere of the intro, though. The
Yeah.
atmosphere is really cool.
Oh, okay.
But
No, you're right. Yeah, I'm Captain Mixable intro. But yeah, it's cool. So I think without the vocal, it would work fine. Add a little hi-hat and go.
Yeah, I think you'd struggle to get a label to release it with that sample. Personally, I think people would probably steer clear or ask if you could change it.
I think there were a few raised eyebrows in the chat.
Yeah. Hey, Ash Kilbourne, by the way, I see you. How's it going?
Ash
Greg,
clocked
what do you
it right
think?
away.
Indeed.
Yes.
Nagasaki as well.
Greg, what do you think, mate?
Yeah, like the 2000s style drum and bass, heavy, like kind of Dom and Roland-y vibes without the. It was lacking a bit of weight in the amens. They felt like very kind of like a bit more clean, sampledy kind of. Well, I can't say sampled with naming, but yeah, I felt like it was like missing a little bit of weight for me, like a bit more kind of Dillinger, kind of Dom and Roland style weight. But yeah, it was of that style. You know, I think it rolled along quite nicely. I think I would have liked a few more variations and a few more twists and turns. But I think that's what it was trying to do. It was trying to be a 2000 style dark Amen thing. So yeah, it was a good job of that.
Use science to make it a little bit heavier, and a few more variations on the Amen. Yeah, to make it layering in kicks and snares.
Yep.
About the artist, I go by Psykomanteum. You might have heard me from a past Oblivion Underground submission. I'm here to give you something fresh that hasn't been released yet, something I've been working on for quite some time. My music tells a story, and I put together what I feel is right for the concept of each track. Dark, cinematic, apocalyptic, dumb bass is not everybody's cup of tea, but those can appreciate the art in it and still find it as something you can dance to will appreciate it. So if I reached one person, then that's a win for me. I'm sorry if it's kind of repetitive. I've been working on it, but I understand I've also grown up with the drum and bass of the 90s era, so I keep it simple, yet still effective enough to mix into other tracks when creating a set. Big thank you to Oblivion Underground for growing the culture and putting stuff like this on the map with your show. And thank you to Ophidian and ID for the input as well. The Silence of the Perfect Dark was a sick album. So there we go.
It's nice to hear like this track and the track before as well, the kind of like the older kind of styles. You know, that kind of, you know, like yeah, it kind of feels like older, and it's kind of new people doing it, putting their new, you know, a different, slightly different spin on it, slightly more modern. And I hope more and more people keep doing that, you know, keep reinventing those old kind of, because they were great times, right? So why not?
I always think it's nice as well, the quite a broad spectrum and eclectic, a range of submissions that we get. We go from one thing to another quite fluidly, and it's good. Yeah, go ahead, Conrad.
Yeah, I had one thing before we move on. We were in danger of going to the next topic. Now, don't apologize for being boring if you lay down the vibe and stick with it. I'm glad that if somebody does that and just, you know, rolls with it for a while. Man, I'm sick and tired of these ADHD hyperactive 3 second
from every
3 second attention span arrangements. So you have to be, I mean, if it's boring, it's boring, okay, but if it's not boring, you can, I mean, just arrange it to just have it go for a while.
I didn't find it boring at all.
No,
yeah,
it was fine.
It was a roller, baby. Yeah.
There's nothing boring about this.
We don't need a drop every 4 beats, man. It's all good. Let it roll.
Please
Old
don't.
person,
Let it
old
roll.
person energy.
Valid input, though, Conrad. Thank you for speaking up. Next up, we have got Code Red with Desolation. Let's go.
I had a dream which was not all a dream. The bright sun was extinguished, and the stars did wander darkling the eternal space. And the icy earth swung blind and blackening in the moonless air. Morn came and went and came. A fearful hope was all the world contained, and men forgot their passions in the dread of this, their desolation. And all hearts were chilled to a selfish prayer. Beside the dying embers of an altar place, where had been heaped a mass of holy things for an unholy usage. The brows of men, by their despairing light, wore an unearthly aspect, as by fits the flashes fell upon them. A fearful hope was all the world contained, and men forgot their passions in the dread of this, their desolation.
All right. Little bit about the artist. This is Code Red, based in Glasgow, and my first release was in 2019. I've released it on Industrial Strength, Third Movement, Prototype, and Motormouth. This track I've submitted is probably my favourite track that I produced so far. 180 BPM, industrial at its core, with drum and bass and crossbeady elements throughout, which I wanted to include to try and improve that element of my productions. I wanted to build the track around that little acid-like synths and really focus on the atmosphere in the track. Most recent releases were earlier in the year, a collab on Industrial Strength with Tombs called Bring It On, and a joint EP on Motormouth with Dustrializer, shout out to Dustin, featuring a collab and a solo track. Also had one on Free People Collective, which went to support children in the Congo, and also an upcoming release on Prototype's been busy. Inspired by a huge amount of artists: Dither, TOA, Ophidian, Igor, Passion, Sekedos, Vigilia. Always love Dustrializer's stuff, and obviously my brother Incoherent from Glasgow. I focus on all styles of industrial, slow stuff, fast stuff, atmospheric, dance floor, drum and bass, and crossbeat elements. I really like to challenge myself and put myself out of my comfort zone by incorporating elements I haven't used before as a way to try and learn. All right. Thanks for your submission, dude. Initial feedback. Conrad.
Yeah, pretty good. One thing that I told myself to remember is that I didn't like the... I mean, I like that it was based around this acid thing that he actually mentioned in his own explanation. But I didn't like the distortion on it so much. It's completely personal. I mean, if you like it the way it is, keep it. But what I was thinking is that I'd either have it more subdued, like a background thing, or push it and have
out.
Yeah, and have the acid come through the mix more, and maybe have a distortion that has slightly more bite to it. Because now it sounds too like meow meow meow, which is it's cool, but like have it be a bass line or have it be an element that's in the foreground. And now it was sort of in the middle, and I didn't know what it wanted to be. So if you would have what I said, maybe a slightly more bitey distortion, or maybe just push it or try something in the mix, then that would help, because that it's a pretty unique element to this track. So I mean, show it off, right? So this you can be like, this track is about this acid thing, so deal with it.
Yeah,
yeah.
A lot of people said the same in the chat.
It was a great track. Good track.
Yeah, I agree. Greg?
It's a good kick also.
Yeah, I mean, the kick was by far the most solid piece of it. And, it was a nice track all the way through. The snare drove me crazy. I was like,
I knew the snare police were going to come out. The ones at the end stuck out a little bit for me.
It was way too reverby. It was kind of felt like it wasn't centered. Like I couldn't quite work out where it was. And it just didn't stand out in the mix at all. For me, it was just kind of like just sat there and you just wanted to pull it out. So the snare drove me crazy. And yeah, I think like Conrad said, like I didn't know where the acid line was. It was very clean. Like the had obviously kind of distorted, but it's still very clean. And it kind of, I think I've been listening to like loads of like E-Prom and G Jones and stuff like that. And some of the stuff those guys do with 303s. Yeah, it's just like, they'll have it kind of sat in the back, and then all of a sudden it'll just come out and take over the entire mix, and there's a lot of clever stuff you can do with that. But I really like the vibe of it. I had a good kind of groove all the way through. Most of the elements were sat really well. The kick was solid as well. So,
Frank?
That was it. I echo all the acid line sentiments, and I like the kick.
I like the kick too. Like the subtle variations in the kick.
Like,
man, could you imagine you come on? Can you imagine you come on the show and then everybody's like, "Your kick's not good." That's the worst.
That's
almost worse than the snare police.
Yes. Back of the class, get to the back.
Right? It's like the kick drum militia and the snare police. You need to have
the kick drum militia. That's a new emoji.
You need to have a snare drum police like jingle that you can play.
Well, we've got an emoji in the chat, but we haven't got a jingle. Maybe we could have like a siren. Hey, Francis.
You're
Tripped in the
surrounded
chat.
by the snare drum.
Hey, Francis. Tripped. How's it going, buddy? So I hope that was useful for you, dude. Great work and great progress so far, generally, with what you're doing. Respect.
All the tracks today have been really good. Like really, really good.
Yep.
Yeah, great work from everybody.
Okay. Next up, ADPLEX with ID. Go. Right, a little bit about the artists. First of all, this is ADPLEX. My name is Noel, artist name ADPLEX. 2 years ago, I sent you a song of mine for your show. Since then, a lot has happened. Short words about this track, 184 BPM, still in progress. Intro is a bit boring and I need to work on the mix down. I would love to hear your feedback. Straight to you, Frank.
Straight to me, huh? Well,
Yeah.
I see that several malicious police forces, task forces, and other institutions have been rallying in the chat. The manufacturer correctly pointed out that he says some of the kicks disappear in mono, which is
Oh, that's one of your favorites.
It's not one of my favorites.
It's one of your favorite call outs. Have you tried it in mono? That's why we've got a mono button.
I didn't check. So I didn't check for this today because I was laid up on the couch, being sick. but I'm glad someone else did it. And somebody else here is saying that the kicks are very stereo and then the crossbreedy parts are very mono, which didn't really immediately stand out to me when listening to it here downstairs in the living room. But I guess that's good feedback to have. What I wrote myself is that I really like the kicks in this, which I guess now I don't anymore because they're not mono.
I still like the kicks.
Yeah, I like the kicks. The kicks have a really good, bouncy, a really bouncy vibe without being overtly bouncy. You know, it's like it's a secret. The bouncy just sneaks up on you. But it's sort of the French Korean dirty with a really clean transient, which is really nice. I'm not a big fan of the melody, but I saw some people in the chat are really into the melody.
Melody reminded me of Carnage Core, actually. Really did.
That kind of, yeah.
Anything else, Frank?
No, that's it for me.
Okay. Conrad?
Well, about the kick drums, I mean, nowadays it depends if you're going to do a vinyl release or not, but I'm slightly less police forcey on
he doesn't care anymore.
Well, I do care, but I mean, as long as it if it's too out of phase, then you're gonna have technical problems. So watch out for that. Make sure. I mean, if you sum to mono and it's gone, that's too much. But if it's like really wide, but the bass is still mono, and if you sum it to mono and it's still, I mean, it loses its maybe its power or its funkiness, but if it's still there enough to not collapse the mix, I'm okay with it. I mean, unless it's going to be on vinyl, then you've got a problem. But nowadays, stereo kicks, so as long as they work technically, I'm okay with it. Nothing. I mean, you guys are making me emotional, man. All these,
it's all
this stuff. Oh, come on. I mean. Anyone can confirm, like, everybody's telling us, like, yeah, the stuff you guys do, I mean, I respect it, and it's good music, but nobody's listening to this industrial stuff, man. Nobody wants to hear crossbreed anymore, and parties, festivals. No, but everybody's, like, saying that the style is, I mean, do actually people still buy this? Should you still release this? Do people still like? Yeah, so, here, every single thing that we've heard tonight is good music. It's new music. It's new names. It's everybody. I mean, the scene is super alive. So I just I mean,
it sounds better than 97% of all techno promos too. Professionally released.
It was actually interestingly enough in the chat. Nagasaki from Prototypes actually said that with a good mix, he would sign this track immediately. So that's something.
There you go. Congratulations.
Yeah, you just. It
was really nice. Had a really good, really nice vibe all the way through. It had very kind of UK influence and stuff like that. With the kind of those synths and stuff. That kind of really groovy kick drum that kind of, like Frank said, kind of had that bounce and groove all the way through it.
Yeah,
very popular.
It reminds me of Luke's energy a little bit.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. That's one of the things I thought. Yeah, I thought it definitely had that kind of UK edge to it and stuff as well. Really nice switch ups, and that's one thing I love is kind of the people that put their time into turnarounds and transitions and stuff like that. It's not just like every transition is the same. They've obviously put a lot of thought, and there was like some really nice little different grooves in there as well. I thought it was really, really good.
People asking who are the people who are saying these things about our scene. Well,
we'll get into that.
No, but I mean, I'm not referring to anybody really like specific. It's not like one person or this guy or that label, but it's just like, I think especially if you're in the Netherlands, maybe you feel that more, that there's the pressure to confirm, to be more now, to be more hip, to be more mainstream, whatever, and they believe their own story. That's what I mean. Like these. So I'm talking about like event people in general or label people in general. Not just one person who said that to me, but we kind of feel that. I'm sure that Frank and Greg also.
This will be a fun one to get into once we start talking about the motivations for an album like this too. I think.
Yeah, but I just wanted to point out it's obviously not true. We're not dying at all. It's we're alive and kicking.
Yeah. We have good music coming through here every month. I don't think there's
How many submissions did you have just
for this show? I think we had 41 submissions for today, and it was really, really difficult actually.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah,
the competition, the Dread remix competition. How many entrants did we have?
Was it 80? Over 80 submissions? Yeah.
It's fucking crazy, man.
The people are they're making music. It's
surprising.
Slow down, boys. Slow down. Slow down, girls.
There's a lot of people that are still really loving this stuff. Really passionate about doing this. So let's keep going. Shout out to Dan Dormouse.
Shout out Dan in the arena.
Hey Dan, what's good, man?
He's probably working out or mixing.
Get the old Dan Dormouse emojis in the chat. Boom. All right. Great work, ADPLEX. To Nagasaki, I dropped the link to his socials in the chat there. If you guys want to hook up and get his music signed, go for it, man. I'm not gatekeeping here. Go and grab it. Go and work with each other. Awesome. Next up, we have got Butterfist and Tones, The Second Death. Let's go. Boys. Wow.
Several new police forces here. I see. The awesome police were called in here.
Okay.
This has really sick drive, of course. This is let's not beat around the bush. This sounds faster than it is, and it has a good kick, and people are in love with the melody from what I can see.
Lots of Zimmer call outs in the chat. Very Zimmer-esque.
Zimmercore.
Yeah. Conrad, this has clearly got some inspiration or motivation from you behind it. I'd like to hear your take on it.
I thought the title is my mic on. I turned it off.
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought the title was going to be a joke reference to the first Rebirth, but it was, but it turned out to be its own thing. Now, yeah. Oh yeah, great, good drive, everything. I was just wondering about the Zimmer thing. It's Inception, right? Yeah, Inception.
Time. Yeah, it was very
it's
similar
time.
to the AEGD.
Yeah,
chord progression in time, isn't it?
But the thing I'm wondering is, I mean, if you want to do that, you can. I mean, somebody like Dr. Peacock or whatever, he really strongly references whatever he's sampling or whatever, and people like that. In this case, I mean, if I hear what these guys are doing, they can definitely make this track, right? So then I'm wondering, do you need it to be Zimmer to be this good? Because if you can make this, maybe you could like
that's
tweak
exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah,
And
you could tweak it and make it your own thing, and it would still be just as powerful or even more powerful. But it depends, because I know that there are loads of people that like it because it reminds them, of the Zimmer track.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm sure people would disagree with me, but I could always in my own tracks, if I hear something that I really like, I don't usually think, can I use this? But I always think, what would I do to make this kind of atmosphere?
I don't think it's sampled. I think it's been
not,
written.
It's not sampled.
No, it's not sampled.
The
but
chat's going crazy.
Pretty much, it's pretty much that.
It's very close. Yeah, it's very close.
Like where everybody would go, that sounds like Time from Inception.
Yeah, but that's also why a lot of people will like it, because it's Time from Inception.
I like it because of the kicks.
Yeah, I mean, all I'm saying is I don't want to. I'm not the inspiration police.
The chord police.
The chord police. But I think you could maybe stray a little further from that material if you want. If you want. I mean, I'm not going to tell you to do that, but I would do that. I would.
I mean, if you're going to go that close, why not just sample it? Right? If you're gonna just use the use fucking sample. I know exactly what you're saying, because let's not try to get caught up too much on this, because it was a fucking great track.
It was
really good, right? And the fact that we're just kind of caught up on this little kind of like, should they have used this or not? And I think Anthem and I think they're going to go away and go, maybe we should, because literally just one chord, one chord difference, or even just timing and stuff like that would change that whole feeling, slightly take away that Zimmer feeling. But it's
because it would still be a good track. That's the thing.
It's an awesome track.
It would still be a really awesome track if the notes were slightly different. It would still be awesome. Yeah, absolutely.
Go on, Frank. I can see you
go on, Frank.
I love that Conrad now sounds angry about everything because he's shouting a little bit because his mic is turned up. He's like, "No, guys, you don't understand."
With the distortion as well at the top.
I get this though. What he's on? Like, I'm not familiar with the Zimmer original Zimmer core. What was that released on? What on Massive Hardcore?
Hans Zimmer is a known artist of Massive Hardcore. Yeah.
He's
got several releases.
I'm not too hung up about it, but I get that what Conrad is saying is like, dude, you're so close. You're this good. You have this. You have all this capacity and ability. Make it 100% original.
Yeah,
that's
exactly
all.
that. Exactly that. Yep.
Okay.
Butterfist and Tones are in the chat. Tones said that he's totally taken his inspiration from Hans Zimmer. Butterfist was very, very determined to make the point that it wasn't sampled. It's just overused chord progression. And somebody else said it's just chord progression. Chords aren't tracks. It's a fair point.
Rico.
Really?
Yeah. Basterix says, check out his alias Schwanz Zimmer. But overall, I thought that was a really, really good track. And I think from their point of view, it's finished. So I think move on, learn from the fact that you've just nailed it.
Going to sign it.
Yeah, I think somebody would sign. I haven't signed it. Me?
Oh.
I haven't signed it. No.
Okay.
No, not yet. But I think it. I think it should be signed. I think it's fantastic. So yeah, I'm glad these guys are working together. Little bit of.
I'd love to hear more from them too.
Yeah, for sure. So bit from them, New Blood Massive. We present you a welcome clash of two different styles, brought together by Joe ET. Kind of brought together by the New Blood, more importantly. Us two old boys have joined forces to share our tricks and techniques. The end result has made us both feel very young once again. Get your motherfucking hands in the air for 5 minutes of main crostrial mayhem. This is Butterfist and Turns the Second Death. So it's a 10 from me, regardless of the other stuff that was said about the synergies with Hans Zimmer. I think if you don't know Hans Zimmer, that stands as a great track, and if you do, it still stands as a great track. So good work, guys. Big up. Next up, we have got the Surge Project with The Beginning. Let's go. All right. A little bit about the Surge Project. Let me just bring up this. Surge Project. Short biography, blah, 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 blah. Producers and DJs from France, winners of the DJ contest of 2022 Tapage Nocturne and Escape Festival, and guests to Pandemic and Hard Mess 2023. In January 2023, they collaborated with on Disaster with Al Core, founder in partnership with Radium of the mythical Micropon duo. In July 2023, they released their first EP, Absolute Hardcore, on Industrial Strength Records. DJ resident at Toxic Sickness, managers of their own label, Core Resistance, and they don't intend to stop there. We want to make the dance floor vibrate as loudly as possible. So let's have a little look at the profile. Lots of call outs for overuse of stereo kicks in the chat again. Yeah, what did you think, guys?
Mafia.
What do you think? Going to Greg first. Go ahead, Gregory. You're on mute.
Yes.
Mute. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun, well produced. Kind of did exactly what it was supposed to do. I think just it was a really nice party tune. Yeah, definitely strong French vibes and things like that. But yeah, very very well put together. Very consistent, solid mix down. Yeah, I had no problems with it. It was all good.
A lot of people saying sounds like Sickest Squad. That's a fair shout.
Mm-hmm.
Conrad?
When it started off, I thought, this is from the US. I'm sure it's from the US. And then it dropped. It's like, no, this is from France. So, it just has that sound, that I thought it would be. But it was French. So I get half points, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to comment on that type of kick drum because it's not what I would usually use. So I can, because I want to make it, more crispy and less honky and whatever. But I know it's supposed to sort of be like that.
More crispy and less honky.
Yeah, because it has this the mid.
Honky is it?
But yeah, that I call that honky. Yeah. But I know that. But I know that's the vibe. So going off of the vibe of the track, it's fine. It's not something that I know a lot about. But yeah, it's definitely I can see this one working. Yeah. So,
Frank,
I wrote down officially this track is fine. It's completely outside of my wheelhouse, my area of expertise. It just, from what I could hear, is that the only place where they could still improve would be the mixdown. And it's the mix that's already quite there, but it's just if you keep pushing up music for the next few years, you'll gradually get better anyway. That's the only place where you could still score a little bit more. Mm-hmm. And yeah, the install the de-honker maybe. No.
A lot of people calling out Baguette Core. I think that was originally started by Nagasaki, who is French, so we will allow it. Yeah. Keep up the great work, and it's nice to see that the last track that came on the New Blood, that they took the feedback, finished the track, and that got signed to Industrial Strength as well. So,
wow,
yeah, well done. Next up, and finally on the New Blood, this is Heretic with the Heretic Anthem. Let's go. All right, a little bit about the artist. This is Heretic, 33 years old, from the northwest of England. DJ and co-promoter of Core Hard and aspiring producer. I've just finished college on level 3 production and performance diploma, and now working with New World Order Records in Belgium, and currently gearing up for our next event this December featuring hardcore heavyweight Hell System. I got inspiration for this track as it kind of was the reason I chose my DJ name Heretic. I was listening to Slipknot as I was searching for my name. Big shout to Vonda, Demanufacturer, in the chat, by the way, who called out Slipknot within 4 beats of the track playing. He could smell it.
Radar just went off.
He could smell it, mate. Yeah.
He is the biggest fan, though.
Yeah, true that. What did you think, Frank?
I wrote down one word for this track. This works. It works. This is as far away from what I try to do with music, I think. But yeah, I don't. It's not my area of expertise, but it sounded fine. I sort of am a bit nostalgic for the area where the era where everyone would sample guitars and metal. It's kind of fun.
Mm-hmm.
Like I could never play it, but I could. It just works. It's a very functional track for me. Very screamy, lots of energy, super high energy. So, and I like. Oh yeah, there's one bit where the kick, the sort of triplet drums are going over a straight kick, which I really liked. Those at the start of the track.
Yeah. Conrad.
Yeah, same as what Frank said. This works. There was something that surprised me when the kick dropped. Like I wasn't expecting this kind of kick drum. I'm not sure why. Like either I was expecting it to be more like a rough old school kind of kick, maybe more of a UK scene kick, or maybe like a super new fashioned sort of completely destroyed kick drum, and it was a different one. It was like a more of a normal mainstream. I don't know if that's a thing, but like a not completely obliterated mainstream kick. So that was, I was surprised. I'm like, oh, I didn't think they were going that way. But I guess that because of that kick drum, you do, separate it from like either of those niche scenes. Well, not niche, but I mean, yeah. So you could play this more in a more general set, I think. I don't think it would fit so well in mine, like what Frank said, because of just the style is just different. But it definitely works. The energy is high, and people mush to this. So well done.
Yeah, agreed.
Anything more to add, Gregory?
No, I'd like Conrad said, I think I was kind of expecting because of all the guitars and like how my brain has been programmed, I was expecting just the kind of overdriven 909 DJ Skinner, Disciples of Annihilation.
Like an industrial strength kind of thing.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what my brain was doing. And then it wasn't that kick. But it was, because there were so many other kicks it could have been, right? But that's what he wanted. And that's what worked. And I like that it gave it that kind of unexpected edge, that kind of like, because once you do that, once you kind of kick that, okay, it's not doing what I'm expecting it to do, then your brain becomes more aware and alert of what else is happening in the tune, because you're like, what else am I not going to expect next? Right? So I like that. It's kind of an interesting trick that, but yeah, it was a fun track, lots of energy. Yeah, big banger.
Big banger.
Nice, big banger.
Well, that concludes this month.
Oh, well played, everyone.
Well played. I'd like to say
thank you for donating your blood.
I just got rid of somebody there. I'd like to say here that it was difficult to narrow down the New Blood from 40 to like 9 tracks. If your track didn't get submitted, please don't get disheartened. We'll likely roll over some of them to the next show, but if you want to be sure, please resubmit. Also, additionally, there's a Discord server. If you look in the description underneath the YouTube video, we have our own Discord server.
Down there, I was like,
just right now, when you're looking down there. No, there's a Discord server, and like a load of the producers from the New Blood community and other quite established producers are in there. If you'd like to put your tracks in there and still get some feedback from your peers to help you develop, then people in there are very, very helpful and willing to do that. So there is other avenues other than getting onto the show to get some feedback. So don't feel like you're on your own and you need some help or somebody to bounce off, because there is that still. So I'm going to put a link to the Discord server. Well, it's actually just underneath this video. So yeah, please come over there, introduce yourself, and there's a community of like 100 people who are all actively helping each other with different things. So yeah, please drop in, please. That concludes the New Blood. Next up, we're going to talk about you guys. We're going to talk about the Silence.
I wanted to show the CD, but I gave it away.
Oh,
you have 20.
Yeah, outside the doors is more, but I gave my copy away. Yeah.
All right. So
to an unsuspecting person.
Just threw it out of the car window.
I hit somebody square in the forehead. Right.
So everybody's familiar with you guys and your solo work. Very familiar. And I made a point of saying at the start of the show that we're not going to be talking about Ophidian. We're not going to be talking about ID. This is specifically about the Silence. So what I normally do with this stuff is we say, where did you start? How did this get to, how did you get into music? We're going to skip all of that. Like, how did you guys first get to know each other? I think that's a key point.
I think I played in Arnhem, which is around where he was living at the time as well. And I played a show there, and he came to the show. There was an Enzyme event, and I think he was there. Or maybe you were playing yourself too.
No,
or maybe it was before he had his DJ career.
Yeah, probably. I think
just for the people out there, when he wanted to start his DJ career, the people at Enzyme said, "What, you just make tracks? Don't start a DJ career. You're crazy."
And they were right. What have I done?
No, so we met each other then. I think we collaborated for the first time in 2006 or 8 on Scattered, I think. And Silence I think it's from 2011 or 2010. The first that release, and it took us way too long to finish it. We have a really bad track record of spending way too long.
I remember joking on Instagram because somebody asked about it that we, on the Return of the Silence and Church of the Silence, that we spent 9 years on the A side and 9 hours on the B side, which was close to the truth.
Yeah, I think the B side, the Church of the Silence, is the track that kickstarted this project, because we really thought we had something insane there. We didn't qualify for the Massive Hardcore Top 100 because it wasn't on HeartTunes, but yeah, seriously, but it was like, yeah, hey, this is intense and not too cheesy. This is cool. This is sort of what we. I mean, it's not all we want to see from industrial hardcore, but this is definitely something cool. So the Silence project we never intended to do the Silence project, but I said, hey, let's do a follow-up to that single, to the Church and Return. And then we started on one track. We were going to do another 2-tracker. Then we had 3 tracks. We said we might as well do 4. And once we had 5 tracks, we said, why not shoot for 8? And then he says, well, if we have this many tracks, we should do an album. And we sort of checkmated ourselves and fucked ourselves over super hard. We were gonna
well, the Spider-Man's in a circle pointing at each other.
Yeah, just 2 tracks. But yeah, this we ended up with this, and it was definitely something new. When we worked together, it doesn't sound like me solo, or it doesn't sound like him solo. So we thought if we're gonna go as big as a whole, I guess double 12-inch, which was before it was an album, it was a double 12-inch. Well, at least we can go broad and we can we just do whatever we want. And
well, we kind of needed to do that many tracks just to balance it out, because we had all this. We wanted to do a track with, a really slow track. I want to do a track with this kind of kick drum. We want to do a track with a techno vibe thing, and if you do 3 or 4 tracks or whatever, it kind of, it gets lopsided to one style. But we had all these ideas, all these styles, and just to be able to show what we meant as a whole sort of sound, not just one specific area of that sound. We needed to do lots of tracks. So
it was a little bit easier when we started sharing a studio space, but still some tracks still took a really long time. Some tracks went back and forth between different workstations and different software and different iterations, and it was quite an undertaking, but we hope that people can tell. Although we want it to sound effortless, of course, but it was definitely effort. And, what better time to launch an industrial project like this? What better time?
Yeah,
there is no better time. No time like the present.
Well, we talked about the original track that was kind of the non-intentional start of this alias, so the actual Silence release. I'm going to play that. I've got a video to play, so we'll have a little break. So if you want to refresh yourselves, go ahead, whatever. And I'm going to put this on. So we have got the Outside Agency and Ophidian. This is the Silence.
is the sky. You see how so worlds we create, and your hands will subside us. And
All right. We are missing a dolphin, but yeah. So
we're short one dolphin.
We're short of a dolphin. Noel's in the chat, by the way. Hey, Noel. He's asking you if you're actually going to eat your bananas or not.
I already ate one, but I tried to eat them respectfully when tracks are playing. So
yeah. So yeah, this was originally, as we said, an unintentional start to the project. Do you actually recall the initial session where you sat down and said, we're going to do this? Or was it just something that came out of sketching ideas? Or you're on mute, buddy.
I think, yeah, sorry. I think that where these tracks are coming from is sort of, first of all, is an overlap of our interests, obviously, but it's just it's a kind of atmosphere, a kind of intention that we both like, and that's where we're pulling this from. So when we're saying, are we going to continue this or broaden it, it's just a matter of taking more from this place, establishing this even more. So even when we did this track, we didn't know, that at some point far in the future we're going to do a whole album of it. But it was already, you can see the elements that are coming already in that track. The atmospherics, the drums, the rolls, the sound designy bits, the breakdowns, and so this is just a thing that was there, and then later we did a track like that again with the shadows on the other side, and so when we went for this larger project, it was just more of a let's do more of this, and show how big this area of inspiration is, because the tracks that we had done until then were just snippets of this style, So it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't even that, let's do a project and it's gonna sound like this and it's gonna have. It wasn't like that. It wasn't like a pre-programmed thing, and it wasn't all on paper. It was just, we just knew all this stuff that we still wanted to do, that we still wanted to pull from this inspiration that we had, and that turned into the album. So it's kind of, that's the way it worked, not the other way around.
Yeah. Mondo, Warren Atkinson, said in the chat, he's said a few things here, but he said that he doesn't like some of the weird noise on the end of the kicks, and it's some of that's what's destroyed hardcore. Oh, okay. But he said, did you guys run out of ideas? It sounds like you ran out of ideas. I think completely the opposite. I think you had some ideas that you needed to express.
Yeah, that is really good. Because we like, I think during the process of making this album, of doing this project, I think there were about 900 times that we looked at each other and were like, who's this for? Like, is this for anybody besides us? Is there anybody who wants this weird drop, this long outro, this spooky passage in the middle of the track? Is there anybody that wants it? Or are we crazy, or is this just awesome? We were just doing the thing that we wanted to do. So yeah, Frank, I see you want to say something.
No, yeah, it's just this is not. I mean, this is not the market. If you're a good producer that can pretty much do, is capable of producing any style that is successful or gets you performances, this is not the route to go. But
it's the opposite, isn't it?
It's not like selling out, is it? It's like setting your house on fire.
It's something we had to get out of our system. I mean, no, but like, Surprisingly, we have two dubstepy tracks on there. Surprisingly, most of the response we get from hardcore people is that they prefer those two tracks. There's techno people that like, of course, naturally the Schranzi bits and the more straightforward hardcore tracks. I mean, it's been really fun to see that it wasn't for nothing that we. But we knew 3-4 tracks into it. Okay, this is just going to be for us, and we hope people are going to be along for this ride, and that we can sell, at least the minimum press. Because we thought it was important to, like he said, it needs to be an album, because then you can't just come out with 3 dubstep tracks and 1 hardcore track. That's weird. So it needs you need a nice spread to showcase everything. And now, of course, we have free license to, if we want to do a whole dubstep EP, that's fine, because we do not necessarily carry the weight of the existing aliases. Nobody's going to ask him where the pianos are, because we don't have any in the size, but we could. We could also do a whole all Schranz EP. We could do whatever now, which is fun. We don't know yet what we're going to do, but we work with a pool of ideas. I had sketches and a sound library, and then we both exchange things. And he has, maybe nobody knows this actually, but he has thousands of unfinished tracks. They could be a simple loop or entire tracks, but it's thousands. And we just went through these ideas, and so I was like, okay, this is just a 2-bar loop from 2005. I was like, okay, no, but this is cool. This is going to be our intro or outro, whatever. Oddly enough, the intro and the outro was something we made. I think we made those last.
Yeah,
we
did, but they are older projects.
Yeah, but they're the older projects.
The chronology was weird with this album. We also did not. There was also no, we have to do these hit tracks and then fill in the rest of the album. No, we started over here and then went over there and then did the weirdest one and then did the most straightforward one. And it was, we were coloring in more than, necessarily setting up the ideal album, whatever. We just...
we started at 135. We started with, we recorded... you had a few hardware distortion units, and we set out and we just recorded 3 hours of kicks, and we did 3 hours of leads. The leads made it into several tracks, and the kicks made it into Ascension. Ascension is the first track we started on. It took a really long time and many back and forth to get it somewhere. But we was like, how fast do we make this? Because I think we recorded around 135, the kicks, but they worked faster too. Like, fuck it, let's do a 135 sort of a mainstream big breakdown kind of track, which no one can play that. There's no one that can play that. No one at Massive Hardcore is going to say, and now I will drop a 135 BPM dark breakdown track, and it's very. That track is very, very almost cliche Gabber sample heavy, which disqualifies it for techno. So it's just really, hey, here it is. We like it. Hope you like it too. And play it at all your functions.
We let a lot of the tracks also just go where they wanted to go, right? So we had this idea we need to do a track with this kind of thing, but then when we started working on it, for instance, I'd have a setup for a track that was like at 160. I was like, I want a faster track on the album, like 160 it's the fast track. Then in the end it was 145 or whatever, and I was like, we want to do a slow track, so I gave him a thing at, I think it was 125.
125.
As I gave him something at 125, and he's like, nah, it's 115. All right. It's 115. So it got slowed down even more, and we just wanted to see that,
it meant that we had to remove a click from the middle of the kick.
For every single kick.
Each and every kick manually.
Wow. Every single kick by hand. Yeah, because it had to be pitched down a little bit. Yeah. So it got a click in the kick drum that we didn't like. And actually, that's you're forgetting one thing. not only did it have the click in the kick drum, but we found out about the click in the kick drum when the rest was done. When it was done. So we had to go back and fix it. That was
yeah, and this is one of those instances where it was a track that sounds like it's all going through a distorted mixer, made 16-bit. Well, just and with a little bit of a ceiling again, and there's some headroom so you could add cleaner sounds on top of it. That's nothing we're talking about here. But yeah, this started as 125, and Full Beast started as he was sick at home. He sent a 160 kick drum. He recorded just like 20 minutes of kick drum.
Yeah, on my laptop.
And yeah, on his laptop. And I was working on it. It's like, well, it actually with the layers I'm trying to add to these, it sounds really cool at 144.
145. 145, and then when it was fleshed out, it was no, we have to drop it one more BPM, and that was the sweet spot.
I work in fives, but yeah, there's a weird track on the album. Yeah, 144. It just worked, and then you were concerned that maybe we should pitch it up again so that the hardstyle people might play it. And I was like, nah, fuck everyone. They're not gonna play it. It's all too difficult. So this is it. But techno people are playing it now.
So I was going to play the Church of the Silence to show progression, but I think we'll probably play that later because we've already moved on to the album. So we'll probably reflect back on that later. So should we start playing some tracks from the album?
Sure.
Full Beast.
Oh, God, you're jumping ahead a little bit there, Gregory.
Well, Frank mentioned it before.
Oh, let Joe do his thing. What's
I think we've got the Detonator here. I think that's one of the standout earlier tracks from the album. So I'm going to go with that, and then we can talk about the creative process behind it. All right,
sure.
Let's go. All right. So, I caught you eating a banana. Got you, bitch. So, we need to talk about something. So, the vocals on the original one, I thought were from Fable 3. That vocal, is that correct or not? That's what it says on Discogs.
Nah, so we're gonna be since it's only maximum 200 people here. It is definitely all Doctor Who.
Okay, I thought it was. I don't know why it says that there, but yeah, go on.
I used Fable 3 and something else.
Okay.
Some people already in the chat already early on said, "Hey, are you guys Doctor Who nerds or what?" But yeah, this is the silence. The silence vocal in the original silence versions was from a character or a species called a religion called the Silence in the TV show.
Depends on which retcon you want to.
Yeah, it depends on which retroactive. Exactly. Which one you want to follow. But we wanted to have a few of those, but definitely not all of it. It's still also to connect to the existing thing. And because this track is so gabbery, but 135, I thought it was really funny to have like a detonate sample, which is fucked off. It's cool.
So are you still sampling Doctor Who then? Or have you
this is a Doctor Who source.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you haven't created your own VST for MC Ophidian to start sounding like this character? Because that's what I assume.
No, spoilers. We're not saying a word.
Yeah, we can't really go into this anymore until maybe February. But yeah, we don't have to sample them anymore. Let's put it that way. I mean,
okay.
I saw that DJ Butterfist already caught it. It was like, how do you get it to sound like it's recorded in a submarine? Well, you recorded in a submarine, right?
Yeah. Awesome. A nice introduction
this track
to the
is
album.
one where I worked in. This was something that Conrad started, and then I sort of worked in his universe. It's sometimes, even though something sounds awesome, you don't really know where it should go or how to finish it.
This started as a 10CLS track, actually.
Oh,
okay.
But then would right super early in the process. It was a 10CLS track, and I did the intro, and then it dropped with a different kick drum. But I like to make setups that have there's a lot of feedback in this track, and I made. It's in software, this one. I did a lot of hardware as well, but this one's software. But there are effects feeding back into each other and then compressing each other and whatever. So I like to make this little universe that if you touch something, that it all kind of vibrates, that everything responds to it. So when I was doing that, and I had this other more 10C less kick drum, and then I worked up to this point and I dropped this kick drum. I was like, no, this track wants to do this. This is going to be the kick drum of the track. So then I actually cut out that part and made loops with this new kick drum, with the feeding back reverbs and these peaks that just resonate and stuff. And but then I didn't know where to go with it. And then Mr. Sir comes back.
And I was
like,
let's simplify it, because the melody was already quite simple, but it's just we kept simplifying it.
Yeah.
So the Church of the Silence one is also really simple. So that and this is one of those what he's talking about. This universe is if you move one little thing to the left, maybe the kick doesn't sound good anymore. If you add too much bass to the kick, maybe suddenly the distortion on the lead isn't as cool anymore. So this was a really tough one. Or it's better. This was a really tough one to get the sound the way it does now. We ended up adding highs to the kick separately in a parallel process. It was all way too strange to explain. But yeah, we ended up with this. The intro is a little bit wonky. I don't know if anyone's tried to mix it yet, because we've always used it as an intro, so even we haven't mixed it yet. Okay,
I noticed when I was gridding it in Record Box that it was slightly wonky at the start, but I haven't mixed it from the start yet.
Embryonic is asking me how I do feedback in software. Yeah, it was actually I did that in Renoise, and I can send things to groups, and then I can have envelope followers from the group send back information to the tracks, and so you get this living system. So you can do that with lots of different sends and lots of different groups, buses.
So do you think that since you've both done kind of your own techno projects with Ghost in the Machine and 10CLS, do you think those projects shaped how the album came out? Having done that, or do you think it would have still been the same?
Yeah and no. I think it didn't have a direct influence on the sound of the project, but having done other stuff, let's say if we hadn't done this other stuff and we were more just hardcore minded, that it might not have been as deep as it is now.
Yeah.
Now, because we've done our own little detours and got fed up with this and more interested in that, you have, like if you have a section in a track that is maybe, a little bit techno or a little bit trance or a little bit boring, but, in a good way, maybe if we hadn't done these other projects, we wouldn't have had this, we wouldn't have felt that, and now because it's part of our vocabulary, so to speak, we do use this stuff. So it's not direct, like let's use a Ghost in the Machine sound, or let's, it's not like that. But just because you grow richer as a producer, I think, even if it's not directly taking elements, you do
100%.
Yeah, you learn, you have more you have more ideas and more different ways that you can approach a track or a section.
Yeah.
This also has some cool Easter eggs for the people with headphones who are paying attention.
Everywhere.
Everywhere. The whole album, but this one for sure.
The album is about 75% Easter eggs and kick drums.
Easter eggs and kick drums. I like it. All right. Well, thank you for explaining that. That was really, really fascinating, actually. And I hope that satisfied your question as well, Embryonic. Lots of people saying they'd love
He's
to hear
never satisfied. He wants more and more and more. But that's a good thing.
Lots of people saying they'd like to hear more. Somebody saying love to hear more wonky techno stuff. Somebody before saying they'd like to hear more Schwanzy stuff. I guess there's a shitload of stuff coming from you guys anyway, so hold on to your hats, chat.
Yeah, we have at least 10 things that are still, just not necessarily leftovers, but things we never got around to making into entire tracks for the album.
And we also have leftovers.
A lot of people that heard the set at DEF CON were surprised that you didn't drop that that track.
The industrial response.
We should probably address that now that we're talking about it anyway.
Go for it.
Yeah.
It's it's something yeah.
Oh no, you go.
All right, it's something that I always already wanted to do, because it's just so tongue in cheek. Like Catscan obviously did that counter track, and then 95 other people did their variations of it, but it's always going more intense or more faster, faster. And I don't want everything to just go faster. So I was like, why shouldn't we make a track that actually goes slower? Because that's fun. But the reason is it's a silence track because we ended up doing that together in the style of the project. But at the same time, as much as the album isn't, it's sort of a concept album. It is, but it isn't. It's not like one type of track, but it's a kind of atmosphere that goes from one track to the next, and this track is just the vibe is off. It's fun, but it's not necessarily canon. Maybe I should say it's not canon with the story of the album, and if we would have put that on there, it would have broken up the track list in such a weird way that that didn't work. It's fun, it's cool, and we're definitely
it's a meme, isn't it? Basically,
sort of. And as much as we did Easter eggs and little in jokes and other stuff, the album is not memey. I mean, I like I like it to be maybe even more than Frank. I like to be really serious about the tracks, and I'm okay with a joke in it, and especially if it's the sort of one that like longtime followers will get or understand the reference, but. Yeah. But then to put a whole track in the middle of a track list, I mean, where to even put it? Do you put it in the middle? Do you put it at the end? Yeah, but I mean, if you put it at the end, and now the album really comes to a sort of conclusion, and then you're like, okay, oh yeah, we have this one more track.
I think
it wouldn't work. So I mean, it's not going to be the end of the track. We're not going to pretend it doesn't exist. We're definitely going to play it, and if circumstances occur, then we might do something with it, but it wasn't part of the album experience. So as much as it worked in the set, you know, also with some of our older stuff in there, and a set is different than an album. So
we also had this issue with Remain Calm, but it was actually Nils, who is a lifelong member of Mindustries and Ghost in the Machine. He said, no, this absolutely fits, and we sort of had to be convinced that it fits the album, and it I guess it does. It's sort of I guess the album has a sort of a machines versus people versus destruction of society versus rebuilding society versus whatever, but it's Remain Calm is just the and Full Beast are just the angry people tracks. And there's also the angry robots tracks. Definitely have those.
Yeah. I think somebody wrote in the chat, Butterfist just said it was irrelevant to the plot. I think that's a nice summary.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, even distracting from the plot. I would go even further. Yeah, it would distract from the plot. So we didn't trim it. We never intended it to be part of the album. But
so for now, it's just a DJ tool for you guys to drop it. But at some point, it might come out somewhere one day.
Yeah, until it isn't. We asked the originator Catscan for his blessing, and we got it.
Yeah, I told him about it first. So because I do like to if I'm going to steal something, because I mean the idea is ripped from Catscan sort of. So I wanted to make sure that he knew I was gonna do it, and he said, "Yeah, man, do it. Go ahead, fine." So with the officially confirmed consent of Catscan.
Awesome,
yeah,
wicked. All right, let's move on with the album then. Next track I've got here is Violence. Let's give this a spin.
There's always a need for violence.
All right, the sidechain
is
police.
exactly-
I'll call it.
This is exactly where the track was at for a long time, where you faded it out.
Oh, really?
That's where we got stuck.
Oh shit.
Well, not stuck, but it was on
It was
hold
a really
for a
quick
while.
thing. I was there where this guy is sitting right now. And I said, hey, what do we still need? Like, we need something crazy broken. I was like, okay, how fast? 145. Stay no more. And he had some really crazy drums. I was like, okay, I'll just use this and use some of my big snares that I had bought from the Snare Police. And just very quickly put this together. It's one of the kicks that we had in our library as well. And then, the intro, the middle of the track was finished, and we had the intro was added to it much later. Because how do you start something like this? Is really people that don't produce maybe don't notice, but sometimes it's so hard. Like, people that just walk into your studio might go, hey, this is really amazing, but how do you start this? It's not like techno where you can just start with everything going. It's how do you start this? So we had these really deep filtered thingies going with the recordings that we made on the before we started the album. And there you go. Now it's this.
I think wasn't this one that we I rounded up all these old 19-inch rack effects and just stacked them on his desk, like about that high. And just connected them all with cables, and then just gave him like, here, plug this in, and I will do this tower of weirdness. And
I was distorting, and he was distorting the hardware, and just we recorded a bunch of loops, and that's from there originally.
It was one of those things that you're modulating the thing, and he was changing the sample, and then suddenly it does this offbeat thing, and we're like, that is it. That thing it did there. This is the track. So always when we're making these long recordings, there's always a moment that you say, yeah, that's the track. That's the track right there. Like, forget the bit before, we'll cut that. This is the track. And then sometimes even in the same recording, like, oh, this is a different track. this doesn't fit with the first part, but so you end up using these recordings for different projects even. But yeah, there's always this moment that you I mean, it's good if you have these moments that they don't always happen, but if they happen, it's good. You can say, all right, we have the track right here, we just need to make it.
And I was pretty satisfied with how it sounded, but then Conrad stepped in and made that torture-y breakdown.
Yeah, someone's saying that they love the fact that the guy gets killed by the snares.
Yeah,
I was like, can I actually do this? Is this all right to do this?
Totally.
Torture core?
Encouraged.
Is that a thing?
Encouraged. It is now.
And then
there's like, a torture Easter egg in there.
There is.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it was. I mean, it's not very friendly, is it? But I was like, yeah, come on, this is it fits.
Also, it's not very dancey. Like the first drop, it just isn't very dancey. It's really like, okay, you can move to this, but you're gonna have to find out. The first time we dropped it at our first performance ever is going to be at Club Raw, of course. But when we had our other first performance ever at DEF CON, I saw people like, okay, so I guess I move like this. I'm just going to stand and do this with my fist in the air. But I mean, it would have been much easier to go bum bum da 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 bum bum, do 2 kicks. I was like, nah, 1. You get 1 kick. It's let's not make it too easy on these people.
But even that wasn't like completely alien terrain either, because we were in that same area when we did the Shadows way back when, because it also has the offbeat snarey drop thing. Just this one's goes further with the idea. We actually toned down the offbeat snare parts because we were like, if we do all this, then where do we go from there? It was just so we had to like sort of build up to the track, because if we just dropped all because the second offbeat drop is even more intense than the first, but if we started with that one, then yeah, you'd be stuck, you'd paint yourself into a corner. So so this progression worked better as an arrangement.
Always a need for violence.
There's always a need for violence.
And violence.
Violence, yeah.
Everybody in the chat loves it. I just want to say night to Jay, co-producer on the show, is going to bed. Take care, buddy. Night, Matt Nagasaki as well. Thanks for popping in. Okay, next up, let's go with a little bit more upbeat, nice rainbows and butterflies kind of sounds with Destroy the Humans. Let's go.
Okay.
Some familiar sounding pads there from the earlier Silence releases. It was quite nice to hear them again with those strained breaks over the top of them. Really
yeah,
nice.
it was fun to use them in a completely wrong context, sort of right but wrong. Yeah, so that was fun to have a throwback to more familiar silence elements in a track that was maybe furthest away from what we were already used to hearing. So
yeah, he started this. It's like, hey, I'm working on something I guess steppy. I was like, okay, I'll also start something steppy, and then maybe you can use. We send loops back and forth, and
he ended up using 0 of your loops.
Yeah,
so we turned it into another track.
Yeah, I made all these bass growls and stuff for it, and they ended up. I did end up using some of these. This is the Destroy Humans is a really good example of, I guess, trusting each other. The track was really cold, and I really wanted to add some breaks and bass growls to it and beef up the snare a tiny little bit. And he was like, it doesn't need that, it's too cold. But in the end, we trusted each other to come to a good result here.
Yeah, because this was one of my this was a hardware track, sort of. I did all the growls and basses, especially the ones that are really broken up. They were
the 303.
Yeah, but also the basses were from the Eurorack, and the 303 was a hardware thing, and then I made this really skeletal track from it, really minimal, really focused on just these breaking up sounds and stuff. And it was cold, but it was really minimal, and I didn't know where to go from there. And what Frank said, he layered stuff on top and fixed the drums, and I was like, you're changing my track. And then and then in the end it was better. So that's good. Because it got so much more depth, because I did intentionally leave it kind of sparse, kind of skeletal, but then at the same time it didn't quite go as hard as it could. The track didn't come into its own as well as it should have, and then with the extra little tweaks and things, then it clicked, and that was perfect. So in the end, it's another multi-DAW hardware software overlay kind of thing. So I
think it turned out really nice.
Yeah, I'm happy with that, because we were like, can we do this? Can we? We're not. I mean, is it? It's not even dubstep, really, is it? It's dubstep-ish, very distorted, dark. Because
they called it tortured dubstep on YouTube,
something like that. Because a lot of dubstep is in a way really catchy, or really to the point, and this is none of that. It's
kind of like almost like what you would used to refer to IDM-esque kind of tune that would fit between genres, like Chris Clarke-y kind of Aphex Twin-y kind of thing, I would say.
It was just that for us, this was part of the Silence universe, except we hadn't done it yet. So even though we hadn't done steppy tracks yet, we knew there were steppy tracks living in this area. So and that's like one of the reasons why I was a proponent of doing the full album, because then we had room to
express, to
intersplice these more abstract tracks.
And the we ended up not using any of the loops from the other track, which turned into something hardcore. And Greg actually heard the original Something Hardcore, which is much more of a breakbeat track before it turned into a dubstepy track. But that's actually, Conrad came in and was like, yeah, I'm going to do this and change it like this. And I'm like,
I was like, no, it should be half step. No, it should be quarter step. I wanted it to be like super
stretch step.
Slow. Like the snare.
Does it have to be? It's like somebody's. I I guess this is what it's like when you have 3 daughters and they finally start bringing boyfriends home. You're like, hey, hold on.
So it's an industrial cooking step.
I was half stepping the half step bits to like
But
half
that
tempo
worked,
again.
that definitely, when we see each other's excitement about just small parts, like, hey, I can do something with this. And of course, when I told him about Destroy the Humans, oh yeah, this is a really good skeleton for me to work on, he was all, excuse me, skeleton, this is a finished track.
Well, not finished, but yeah. Now we have this rule when we work together. We have nothing is off limits. And if you want to change something, you can always ask. So, like, are you married to this bit of the track?
Yeah.
And if the other one says, well, maybe not, then okay, then maybe I'll change that. Yeah. And at the same time, if somebody is like, yeah, but this is for me, this is the track, then then I don't touch that element. Because
because sometimes we don't see it. Like, one of us might not see where it can go. There's a few tracks that were just as one time like, yeah, this is going to make the track, and one of us hears it before the other, and then there you go. But yeah, this was nice. It was a chance to flex the old breakbeat skills again too. There were no breakbeats in the track originally, and we just added those on top of it, and then once he also got into the idea of the breakbeats being there, then we started working on it together, and this was definitely one of our favorite tracks, I think.
Yeah, it's
it really murders on the bass bins too. Genre officer, so he's singing the big up Tony.
Hey Tony. All right, it's a nice segue into this, which you just mentioned it actually, something hardcore. So we'll just roll with it. Let's go with the flow.
Fucking hardcore.
You need to be more aggressive.
The motherfucking set, motherfucker.
What's wrong?
I need something stronger.
intense sub pressure. And that's one of the samples there is from fucking Ants, right?
Yeah. This is so I would never use the "I need something stronger" or "fucking hardcore" sample ever again. But in a track like this, I think it's actually cool to do it. Like to call the one track that only has 4 hardcore kicks, something hardcore. And the bass line in this is actually a 909 kick. I was warping an old Acid track, and it had a pretty cool, very noisy vinyl hiss 909 in it, and I distorted it for fun. And I was like, ooh, it has these nice resonance I made into a bass line, added breakbeats to it. And then it was a 145 jungly breakbeat track. And then Conrad stepped in and was like, no, quarter step, bro. And I was like, okay, this actually really works. Yeah.
Like I want to wait at least half a minute before the snare hits.
Yeah. No, but yeah, this is a really good excuse to use a cheesy sample like that. Like I need something stronger and fucking hardcore. Like, come on. Mm-hmm. This is and yeah, this is one of the more fun ones for us also on the album. He did. Conrad stepped in. Yeah, very good one.
I should have said that in the chat.
No, because it was a completely different feeling before. You can actually see if you go to our the post we did about the album being finished on Instagram. Actually has clips from the original things that I
never made it.
That never made it. Yeah, I just sent videos to Conrad like, hey, is this useful for Destroy the Humans that you're working on? And he's like, nah, it's kind of a different feel. It's like, I mean, what do you mean different feel? It's about the same BPM, but of course, very dramatically different feel. But you can still hear some of those old ideas there. They exist as videos on our phones.
Awesome. A lot of people in the chat absolutely loving it, especially everyone's going crazy on the sub. And what did Dean Devastator write here? It's like a sample library is wanting to burst out of the computer.
Yeah, and it's just we use a retriggering VST on that kick that was turned into a bass line. It's also very precarious. If you move the EQ 1 millimeter left or right, it becomes a completely different track. So just that's one of those where you definitely Control D or Command D that channel so you don't lose it. Like I like it like this, and let's make sure I don't lose this. Because I'm way too destructive in version saves. I will save over the existing project continuously.
When I have an EQ set and I like it and it's working, I want to build, and I never touch it again unless I have to, unless something bothers me. And he's always looking for, but what if I just fuck up the EQ? Just put points.
What if I add 30 dB of this frequency?
I'm like, yeah, that's fun, but now I've lost the whole thing. So can you do that on a duplicate channel, please? And then we end up with 40 duplicate channons. Yeah,
or trying to chase a sound that you lost an hour ago.
Yeah, but I mean, because there's so much, like that's his way of like looking, adventuring around, what's possible, like what's around this corner, what's around this corner, and some of the stuff is like, yeah, that's awesome, and
it's EQ distortion.
It won't fit anywhere, and sometimes it's awesome, and like, yeah, we need to fit this in somewhere, and sometimes it's, wow, that's horrible, we're gonna use that, because yeah, especially with like the basses and stuff, and the loops that were really, really grindy, they're so unpolished. Is that, yeah, so we decided to definitely keep that. Because
but yeah, you see it here awesome. Too. People are excited about these two tracks, Destroy the Humans and Something Hardcore, and which is really cool that people are excited about those two tracks on, I guess, technically a hardcore album. Which is,
yeah. Okay, I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play Full Beast because I know Greg really wants to play it. It wasn't in my original list, but I know he's got a soft spot for this. So
really, wasn't in the list.
Is that your jam?
I was going to make people beg for
like
it. Here we are. Right, play it.
It's war. Fuck off.
Beast them. We'll go full fucking beast! Full fucking beast! Fucking beast them. We'll go full fucking beast!
So, guys, tell us about Full Fucking Beast.
It's like semi-beast. This is we had to kill so many good parts in this. The really low stompy kick with the short section of Revelations 12 was much longer. That Revelations 12 is really long. And we had a lot of those really subby kicks. But you gotta minimize, and that's when I have Mr. Mainstream over there. Is really good. It's really good for that because he can say, okay, this needs to be shorter. And there was a section with I guess in the middle that has that uses the Aphex Twin quote kick. That was really cool. That was originally like a 2-minute segment too, or maybe even almost 3 minutes. It was really cool. It just switches from those more, I guess, contemporary hardstyle like kicks to that, and I was really married to some of them, and he came in and shortened it, and we still ended up with 5.5 minutes. But otherwise, the track would have been 7 or 8 minutes.
Because that was the thing, like with these samples, and these are maybe the most hypey samples we've used on the album, maybe besides Remain Calm, but if you're going hypey and drops and stuff, and in the same track you're like, yeah, now we're gonna take 5 minutes to get to the next part, and then now we're gonna do hypey again. That doesn't work. So it had to be one or the other. It's got to be, because we have like slow progressing tracks with big breakdowns as well, but then this track lived because of, you know, the way it built up with the sample and with the drop. So then, you know, we had to, the track had to be one or the other, and then that's why I had to destroy.
Mr. Mainstream that shit.
I had to destroy some of it. Do we tell them about the necktie theory?
Yeah, do it.
Yeah, you do.
Like, we have this thing that
the logo for our studios is a little raptor, a velociraptor wearing a tie.
A necktie.
Because sometimes you need an executive to come in wearing a tie that says, I like this, I don't like that, move on with this one, make this 2 minutes, go on.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're looping and you're not progressing at all. You need someone, and we have a friend at work for this. You know, we advise each other on tracks, of course, in part of that big real world Patreon exclusive get help with your track. Sometimes you think, okay, this is a cool track, but the last 2 minutes, that is actually your entire track. And that's sometimes hard to hear, but if there's people that you respect and appreciate to say that to you, it can be really, really helpful. And I realize the track can't be 7:30 or 8 minutes long, but it was really hard to see those parts go. But it works as is. Of course, none of you know this. None of you know that all these parts were longer. We had to cut a 3-minute version for the Masters of Hardcore compilation CD. It was really tough also. But that's a little easier, because then you can say, okay, there's an existing product. I'm gonna just come in with my wearing a tie and go.
Yeah.
But
so for anybody that's confused, the necktie is, you know, the guy from the label in the suit who doesn't care about what you're doing in your DAW. He just cares about if the track is done. You know, so
and he wants you to maximize your.
Just so at a certain moment, somebody has to. If somebody's nerding too deep, then maybe somebody has to don the suit and then bust into the studio and say, "Yep, this part is done. That part is not done. Lose that. Sample louder. Break shorter. Drop it again. Track's done."
It's important to have days like that in everything, though, isn't it? Because you can get so caught up in like procrastination and not finishing things, and then some days you'll wake up and be very clinical with yourself and do 10 things you've been putting off for a week. And it's important to have those moments.
This was definitely that. This just needed. I was the one that was getting lost in the loops a little bit, and then one day he was just like, "Okay, I'll let me walk upstairs and fix this thing." And it's hard because we had to cut some really cool parts, but they had to be cut for the thing to exist, you know.
Yeah, and we've also cut stuff that I liked in other tracks, you know, because you even good bits, if they're in the wrong place or in the wrong track, they can ruin the intention of the track or the flow of the track. So yeah, it is what it is. Sometimes
you're not going to do a director's cut on Laserdisc or something then.
Yeah, but the thing is, it wouldn't work. You know, if we
work maybe in a live setting.
Yeah, okay, maybe, but it wouldn't work as a track, you know, because there was also a full beast track, so to speak, that was different, that had maybe different samples and maybe was a bit more buildy-uppy and a bit more, but that was not this track. This track was either, you know, one or the other. So we went for the more punchy arrangement. And I think if you see the sort of track that it is, the role it has on the album, then that is what it has to be. It is the punchy arrangement track. It is the slightly less spooky, slightly less deep, but very maybe stank facey track, you know?
It's war fuck off.
It's that track.
Yeah, the whole idea, yeah. And you might hear some of these clips, some extended clips when we play them out live, but it'll be tough because the tracks really work as they are now. Okay. You can't have it.
People in the chat saying
one. I really liked the original kick, and he thought it was too honky. And then the kick was de-honked a little bit. and I thought it lost too much of its energy. But now all the elements fit in the mix better. So it's this is definitely a track of this is many sacrifices.
Yeah, but
track.
Anytime I have this life that requires me to be functional at 7 a.m. So and he doesn't. So what happens is that I'll go to bed and then he fixes everything. So if I say no, the kicks are fine. We don't need to fix the attacks of the kick drums. We don't need to fix this sub. It's okay. It's fine. I know it's maybe not perfect, but it's funky. It's okay. And then I come back and all right. So now you made everything snap. Okay, it's good. We'll keep it.
Yeah, there's a lot. If I hear details that can be fixed, I will work without food or rest until it's fixed. I forget to feed myself sometimes.
Somebody's saying that it sounds like that. James Rufferland is saying that it sounds like this is gonna fall apart, but no, that's exactly the opposite.
Yeah, for the producers out there, sometimes you'll have. If you do a bit of a kick edit, like an 8th note or some 16th notes, sometimes because of the discontinuous waveform, the transient of the kick might suffer a little bit because the kick that precedes it. And I will actually go in a 16-bit bounce and go ahead and fix all of those manually, just because it's tighter that way. And maybe no one would hear them, but I like to lie in bed and listen to things on not even the AirPods, but like the old wired iPhone headphones that really focus on the highs and the mids. And that makes me hear details that like, okay, shit, I need to go and fix this.
we both really are people that if
shouldn't be let out.
Like if some element is at 96%, we'll be like, yeah, but I could make it 98% good. And then we both have that in different aspects. Like he's always paying super attention to transients, to subs, to that kind of stuff, and in a really technical way. And sometimes I don't mind if percussion is like slightly off, maybe, or because it has a sort of a live feel to it.
A bit more organic kind of feel.
But sometimes it also works if you make it snappy or whatever. But he has this attention to detail in this kind of thing, in percussion, in just to fix this, maybe take off the subs and relayer new subs, or maybe relayer new heights, just this kind of detail. And I can be really neurotic about like an atmosphere sound, like somewhere.
Yeah, no, seriously, like this little intro sound where it goes, wah. That's not the right wah.
It needs to be, yeah. So I can get in my turn. I get stuck on intros and outros and breakdowns, and I need this. Like I'll spend an hour looking for a better click to end the sample because I want it to end in a nasty way. So I'll go looking for the right way to make it sound bad, and I'll spend way too much time in fixing that kind of detail, and so it's okay, as long as we adhere to the rules that we just explained, like if anybody is, if something is making the track for the other person, you don't touch it, and otherwise it's game. It's actually,
we do spend way too much time on the tracks this way, but that's okay. Like he'll get his 94 to 98%, and I'll do my 94 to 98% in my sections, which in the end leaves us with a track that's sometimes more than 100%. But there you go.
Yeah, so it's actually it actually works that way. So no, it's not a thing that's almost falling apart at all. It's fine. It's how we work together, and it's how we find the most exciting ideas within a concept. So,
a question here from Agent Zero. Do you guys clean up the messy sounds as you go, or clean it later on? I struggle with doing insane clipping and then keeping the mix clean due to the crowdedness.
If it's in the way during the production process, you have to address it right away. So what you could do is you could keep the original channel, like you duplicate the channel, mute it, and it just work with a tamed version of it, so you can progress and then bring it back. But yeah, we like to. I think we clean it up We do a lot in post though. Like as soon as our track is done, then we get into a whole new stage. Then we go to multi-tracks. We everything we have, we bounce to individual tracks again, and then it can become a whole new track again once we have everything separated. And then it's really annoying when you then have to go back and change something in the original project. So some tracks have 7 different versions that exist in different DAWs and different stages. Sorry, that was maybe not the right answer, but it's something I wanted to say.
It was an answer.
So you did.
Yeah. So anyway, I think it really depends. If you feel like if the sound is not working, or if it sounds muddy, whatever, it really depends on in how far is this important to the vibe of what you're making. Because I mean, some things sound muddy or clipped or bad, but they completely carry the track. So then you have to think, okay, if I fix this and it kills the vibe, then I'm going too far. So it's hard because sometimes you end up with this element and you know that there's something wrong with it, but you can't really fix it too much. And then you have to sort of keep in mind, like, I will fix this in post. And then every time you press play, you're like, no, this will be better. Trust me, and you just carry that element like right to the end of the production, and then maybe render everything down to waves or to stems, and then fix it. So there are definitely times that you have to live with it for a while, and if you can fix it, but if it's too important to fix, then try to fix it afterwards.
Yeah, and I guess it is a whole. It opens up a can of very complicated worms if you start doing multi-tracks for all your projects, but it is highly recommended because you will find things to fix that you can't see in MIDI or in unless you have it as waveforms. I remember when we made Scattered, he said, okay, now we go to multi-tracks. I was like, what the fuck do you mean we go to multi-tracks? The track is finished. He's like, no, it's not. And that cost me at least 5 years of my life.
But I feel there's so much to be got from that stage of that extra production step, that once everything is done, get rid of all MIDI, get rid of all live effects, just flatten everything you can. And then, because then you know what you're working with, then you can actually adjust what is going on precisely, and if sometimes you feel that maybe it's not needed, but then when you do, that's what Frank said, you find so much stuff. So actually, no, I can actually make this way more transparent if I do it afterwards. So
if you start playback in the middle of your track and only the first kick has the best transient, you would only see this once you've bounced it out, and then you can, I can actually, now that it's flat, a single waveform, I can take the one kick I liked from this and duplicate it.
Embryonic is asking, what if
compressing, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, he says he asked us why don't we agree on one DAW at the start, and that's a big answer. But let's Greg, do your question first.
No, I was just saying that was the thing with compressors, wasn't it? When you kind of you get that really awesome first kick drum and then you get flatness afterwards sometimes. And that's what I think people used to do that years ago. You take that first kick drum, you resample it, and away you go.
Yep. So Enrico asked us about why don't we agree on one DAW?
Why I don't even agree with myself about what DAW to use.
Yeah, because sometimes when he sent me those 160 kicks for Full Beast, there's only one DAW. Well, two. There's two DAWs where you can actually slow that kick down in such a way that it still retains its function. That's Ableton Live. Other things, we do all our mix downs in Cubase, because that gives us the best overview. It's an overview that you're missing in Ableton. Ableton, of course, if you're not really sure yet about what pitch something is going to be, then Ableton Live is perfect, because you can dick around so much. You can so it's just like FL Studio. If you did actually want my track to be 5 BPM faster, in Cubase that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not so much a problem in other DAWs. So it really depends on the kind of track we're working on.
Yeah. I guess that if I feel like I'm having these ideas that are very sound design heavy, as in like not sound design on a bigger scale, but like millisecond work and stuff, and cutting up samples and using different hits and whatever. I feel like in Renoise I can really get in there and nerd out with all these little details, and but some other things, you know, you can't. Sometimes you need other things as well. Like for instance, what Frank said about Ableton, you can't necessarily do some of that stuff in I would not want to try that in Renoise, and in Cubase it would be a pain. So if I know I'm going to work with loops, for instance, that's a cue to jump to Ableton. And if you want to work with MIDI, I feel that Cubase is better at that. Also, I feel that one of the reasons that we go to Cubase for mixdowns is that the summing is actually better, in my opinion, than in Ableton. And
100% agree.
Yeah, and Renoise actually sums pretty nice, but I have such a chaotic workflow. Well, it's not chaotic for me, but I mean it's very involved. Let's say that way. You know, there's lots of little stuff going on and extra, and it's just a relief to, you know, when you're about 95% done with your idea, to just, you know, pack it all in and flatten it to just waveforms and use that. So that's why we don't really pick a DAW, because there are tracks that are just not possible sometimes in a certain DAW, and are possible in others, and sometimes it's just a question. Yeah, sometimes it's just a question of why you came up with the idea and you started working there.
Yeah, easier to get started. Like for was it Violence, the loop that he made, a really weird rattly loop.
I'll be right back. Excuse me.
Project. That's all right. It was a 150 BPM project. And then to quickly start working with that, the easiest thing is Ableton Live for us. And sometimes it's just like, you know, like I said, I was warping a track to play in techno sets. And I was like, oh, I wonder what that kick sounds like distorted, because it has a nice grit in the tail. And then you end up with you start there, so it's sometimes it's not possible to transition back anymore.
There's also a fourth DAW in the album.
Yeah. Besides all the hardware too.
Yeah, there's also some Mad Tracker in there as well, which is not entirely not
a challenge.
It wasn't avoidable, let's put it that way. There were tracks that came from ideas that were done in Mad Tracker. So I think for the outro and for
Perfect Dark,
yeah, those two tracks are heavily lean on inspiration from Mad Tracker.
Do you have any hardware trackers as well?
I don't have hardware trackers, but I did use hardware in multiple tracks. And been using the Eurorack, and I don't know if there are any Eurorack nerds in the chat, but let's see, I did some sequencing on with the Acid Rain, was it the Maestro, and the LL8, the little 8 and stuff. Really simple little sequencers, but they were fine for doing and the marbles. For anybody who cares.
To answer Enrico's question, we should maybe play Perfect Dark, and then we can
Yeah, I was just going to say we should tie up the album and then move into the Q&A, I think, because there's going to be a load of questions and we're kind of going on a big tangent. So
all right.
Let's play Perfect Dark from the album, and let's go. Very nice driving techno. Someone said in the chat, did this start as a 10 CLS track?
This is the one that's from 2005. He was playing me. He's playing me clips that hadn't been finished. It was like this.
Yeah. So I spotted on the album vinyl artwork. It's not on the CD artwork, interestingly enough. That it says 2005 to 2020. It's not on the picture on Discogs that I saw. Anyway, it says 2005 to 2023 on there. So I was like, I was looking for some collab track that I'd missed that was maybe an Ophidian outside agency track or something. Didn't exist. Turns out it's because of this one. This was resurrected from your archives.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It sat for a long while. I played out the loop just as a joke on I think DEFCON silver, gold, but I'm not even sure. But just in between, I think I did the black box set. I might have just snuck it in there as a little Easter egg. But then yeah, I didn't finish it, and it was a Mad Tracker track, and yeah, it just sat for a long time. But then
it was a fun challenge because
yeah,
it's the way you make hard techno shrunts like that is everything goes through a distorted compressor or distorted master bus to make all the sounds really pumpy. And we wanted to be able to add things to this without without sacrificing any of the tracks. So what we ended up doing is we had to get these super old VSTs from 2003 and try to get them to work again.
This was from the time that you would go like, hey, 50 free VSTs, let's put them all on my computer and then use them once. But then every time you have to open an old track, it's asking about these crappy VSTs. Well, that's the kind of period this was from. So we had to go looking for, because then you find the version of that VST, but then it opens, but it doesn't open the preset. And then you have a version that does open the preset, but when you hit play, it is different, right? It's not the same.
That's the worst, when the track doesn't sound exactly the same. So it needed to sound exactly the same because we needed to replace the rides with better rides, and we wanted to have more percussion than the percussion that was already there to be in that same distorted bus. Afterwards, we still had to flatten it and take to fix bits in it, but now it definitely still has the feel of that original 2005, but with more modern production.
I'm happy we kept it for this because the original was fun, but it wasn't much. Let's put it that way. But then this one, I'm happy with the way it turned out with the extra layers and the extra atmosphere and the breakdown. So yeah, cool. It's sometimes you have this project and you don't know where it wants to land, and then circumstances arise that give it a spot. So yeah, that's what happened.
I see that noise. Let's make sure you make a note of this, Joe. Noisequake keeps asking about multi-tracking. He said before he was a noob, so it'll be good to explain that again.
Yeah. Okay. I can make a note of that one.
I am ready for whatever's next.
Okay, how many bananas have you eaten? Because you were sick before, you're going to be sick. It's like just from the bananas, bro. I gave you some advice to eat bananas because you couldn't keep stuff down, but not like a whole tree.
What's your favorite
banana
flavor combination with banana?
Cavendish.
Banana.
I definitely have a bit of a thing for coffee and banana. That's a really
this story, right? That
combo.
bananas used to taste different.
And then they all died out.
Yeah. They all died out. This is a new species of banana that tastes less like banana than
it's a true
banana.
story.
The big
that's
bang
why
of
banana
bananas.
candy. Yeah, but that's why banana candy doesn't taste like what bananas taste like now. They taste like the old bananas and stuff because they just cloned too much of them, and then they got one virus and it wiped out the whole world supply of bananas. So yeah,
there was a virus that wiped out all bananas of the
banana apocalypse.
So this is why you have to multi-track your bananas. Because if you don't multi-track the bananas, then you don't. Yeah,
bananas. I can't believe I'm googling this shit. Bananas.
Cavendish is what you.
It's a thing.
Died.
Cavendish is what you want to Google. The Cavendish banana. All bananas went extinct.
Wow. Okay, I'm gonna.
The Cavendish is the one we eat now.
Oh, right, yeah.
Okay. Reggie, stop
Sponsored by Big Banana.
Okay.
Sponsored by Big Banana.
So, the album's fantastic, guys. Really, really good. Where can people get it from? Let's have a look.
And you can illegally download it from the internet.
Yeah?
I saw that some of the people in the chat here had also downloaded
from the near
it
death
there.
of the banana. Wrong tab.
It's on one GABA and the Ukrainian hardcore site. You can buy it from us directly on Bandcamp, which is of course gives us the biggest share of the proceeds, which is nice. But you should definitely get it in whatever way is most convenient or cheap for you.
Yeah.
We're very happy with support and sales so far. The support list is
real big.
It's pretty insane. You can click more a few times before it hits it. We also went really hard on the pre-orders.
Yeah.
Very happy.
We're really happy that people did order, because that covers our. We didn't even mention it yet, but we had to obviously recut the vinyl multiple times. So we're very happy that people ended up buying the thing, because we.
It's a nice bit of a risk.
Yeah,
balance,
we had
isn't
to
it?
invest a little more heavily than that we anticipated. So
if we make 10 albums like this every year, we can quit our jobs.
We've been having some difficulties with cutting records as well. It seems to be quite a common theme at the moment, actually, with records being pressed badly.
Yeah,
a bit frustrating.
It is very frustrating. It's especially frustrating when these people come to you and say like, yeah, your music doesn't sound like it's supposed to, so let me just fix that for you. And
I didn't ask. Yeah,
I mean, that is the worst. It's like if you do a direct cut, don't change anything to it, and don't change anything to it.
Oh man!
Yeah, but then I would have to turn it down a little bit, and it wouldn't be as loud. Okay, then turn it down a little bit. Don't touch it.
Yeah, I think the dumbest aspect that we had to deal with was that when we had one bad cut and we redid it, they would say, yeah, but this is just how it turns out because of the files you gave us. And then we had it recut, and it was the exact opposite of the last one. And we said, now it's completely the other way. And that's, you can't do anything else with the files you gave us. But the other guy, that doesn't make any sense. So how come that it can have too much high, not enough high, too much bass, no bass, all with the same files?
I'm in the middle of a similar dilemma, and it is driving me fucking crazy.
I was so scared to, like, he went to pick up, like, I don't know, cut number 2 or 3, and I can't.
He gave up all hope.
You listen, and then you just send me a text message with like happy or sad. I can't deal with it.
So who did the artwork?
We did.
Yeah, we did. We did the artwork.
Nice. Got a full copy here. There we go.
That's
a dude. That's a. There were cracks. Some were as big as the sky. That's definitely rifts opening up in the world, showing other worlds. Sort of that idea. Also, the broken aspect that, like, it has that white line on the side, which is right there on the record too. Like, it's not an incident or an accident. It's an intended thing. Yeah, it looks really cool. We did. What was it? Glossy with a matte finish, which was
nice. We've did some selective varnish, matte with a glossy finish, like a selective varnish. Looks nice. I didn't think about doing it the other way around. Have you got?
I've never heard of it before, but our friend Thanos at Triple Vision recommended it, and it was just a split decision. Awesome. I was there to pick up the last version of the test pressing. I was like, okay, if I can get home before they leave for the weekend at 5:30, they can still put it into production. Okay, so what do you want the sleeve to be like? How do you want it printed? It's like, shit. Okay, and I saw a record lying there. It was something on Mord. I was like, what's this? That looks really cool. That is a glossy with matte finish. I was like, let's do that.
We did it with the Trip to release, and we've got a forthcoming one as well. It's such nice pop on the record, on the sleeve. It just gives it that luxurious finish. It makes it feel a little bit more arty, doesn't it? It's nice. So I've put the link in the chat for anybody that wants to buy it. I'm glad that it's been received as well as it has. Everybody that I spoke to within the industry, shall we say, within our circles, was all very complimentary of the album after having got the promos. So congratulations, guys. I think you fucking nailed it. You really executed your vision.
Thank you. At the same time, if I could just add on to that, I think if we would have done 1 track or 2 tracks and then went to somebody or, you know, and then asked, like, you think this is a thing or not, I think people would have been a lot more apprehensive. Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, I like it, but I'm not sure how it would work or whatever. So that's also part of the reason why we decided to just go completely, like, do the whole album, release it ourselves, and when everything's done, just present it. This is the thing, and this is the thing, and you deal with it. You like it or you don't like it, but it's too late to do anything about it now. We did what we wanted to do, and this is it. Yeah, you know, because I think if we would have like gradually roll it out to like colleagues or whatever, they would definitely have said, "Oh yeah, no, I like what you're doing," and but yeah. I don't know, you know, is there like what I was saying about the scene, you know, they would be, I'm sure they wouldn't have respected it as much as just go and do it, you know. That's what we did, and we
this is the whole sandwich, because if we'd given them 1 or 2 tracks, it would have said, yeah, I'm not sure about this direction. Okay, here, this is the whole picture. Here it is. You put that in your pipe and smoke it, and that's it.
Yeah, so that we consider, do we go to a label with this, and then but if we go and it's not completely finished, they're not going to get it, and they're going to say, yeah, I like this track but not that track, and I like this, but could you maybe this should be faster, or we should maybe drop this track, and then we're like, we don't want to, because this is such a project of our own, you know, what we wanted to do. It's such a personal thing. We didn't want to have to deal with like people hammering and sawing our idea before we're even done yet. So we just did the thing and released the thing, and here it is, you know. So that's why it ended up the way that it is. And now, because it's the complete picture, people get it. So they're like, all right, yeah, cool. And I really love the album. But I'm quite sure that if we'd not been as brash with, you know, with the name, the release, and because there were plenty of people that said, do you really want to do a new project, or do you really want to do a whole album, or you really want to do industrial? Like,
so
yes, yes,
this is
we do.
Start a new Instagram page, start a new Facebook, start over completely. I mean, we do have a bit of a network from our existing aliases, but this is not the easiest route, but it's something that we felt very strongly we had to do and should exist.
I think it's come at a good time as well, considering the way that the scene is at the moment. I think it's come and put its foot down as a true industrial hardcore record. I think as well, over time, a lot of things have been bundled into this industrial term, like UK hardcore has kind of been slipped under the radar into industrial, but this really is industrial hardcore in its purest form. So yeah, hats off, well done. Very cool. Okay, we normally would go to what's hot now. I'm going to do what's hot. I'm just going to skip through a few tracks. There's a few things come out since we did the last show, and then we're going to go to a Q&A. So that's the silence section over. Big up, guys, you absolutely smashed it. And we're going into what's hot.
What's hot?
First up,
tell us, Joe. Tell us what's hot.
I'll tell you what's hot. Tripped dropped this record, and we didn't play it on the show yet. This is Tripped, Turbulence. That was Tripped Turbulence of his Turbulence and Complain campaign EP, recently released on Prospect. There is a Bandcamp link in the chat. You should go and grab it if you like it. Next up, KILBOURNE, MILKSHAKE. Okay, that was KILBOURNE, MILKSHAKE, recently dropped on Prospect. There's a link in the chat to that one. I'm going to keep flying here. Next up, Armageddon Project, Purgatory Unleashed.
lived in the dark. I was born in it. Molded by it. I didn't see the light until I was already metal. Then there was nothing to me. They belong to me.
Welcome back to Armageddon Project. That is on the third movement. There's a link going into the chat with that right now. And next up, we have got MIYUKI OMURA with Get Started on Murder Channel. Awesome stuff out of Japan with MIYUKI OMURA on Murder Channel. Big shouts to those crews. Next up, ANOREK with Sulphuric Acid. This is on Grey Meta. Awesome acid stuff there from ANOREK on Grey Meta. Shout to all the Grey Meta crew. Big love. Next up, DETEST and eDUB switching it to some kick drums. Let's go. Sick Raver on Motormouth Records. Short because I don't think it's out yet. Link going into the chat. That's coming up on Motormouth Records, coming out on the 1st of November. Next up, Ophidian, Time Warp.
Channel 2, right. Stereo. Channel 1, left. Channel 2, right. Stereo.
In a time warp.
What we're gonna do right here is go back, way back, back into time.
flew through those then. I've got
Very
a couple
nice.
more to play, but I wanted to talk on this one because, well, we've got Mr. Main Stage here, or whatever he's called, Mr. Main Style here. Nice work, man. You've really captured the essence of many, many years of hardcore there. Tell us a bit more about it.
Yeah, that was the intention, obviously, to reference different moments of hardcore. I had so people were picking out some details as well. That's cool. I think a lot of people forget about. I played this track when it was done for the first time. I played this track and I was going to release it on Thunderdome, and people were asking, "What that like the breakdown with the ravey stuff? Is that Thunderdome?" I'm like, yes.
Yes, definitely.
Did you forget like everything that happened between like 96 and 99?
30 years just gone like this. Yeah.
Yeah, this is Thunderdome. What is it? 5 to 9 or something?
Yeah, it was lots of that stuff and the break beats and the rave samples and I'm basically just doing anything to to not do what's expected of me. Not in a not to be snobbish about it or anything, but I like to have a concept to my releases, and for this one I definitely wanted to go all out on the old school vibes. Like that EP, it just sort of fell together because this track was slightly older. It was
2.5 years old.
I don't want to say too much about it, but let's say it was done for a reason, and then the reason didn't happen. So so then I was stuck with the track, and then and I did the B-side tracks. It's not on vinyl, but with the even more like ravey sounds, and I didn't even want to release those at first, but Frank and our other studio mate Jim, the player, they were like, "Yeah, of course you should.
It's great.
Yeah, release this." I'm like, "Yeah, I don't know. Should I do some other name or whatever?" I'm like, "No, just release it." So then, but I like it when it sort of comes together, So now I made one new track to add. That was the Back to the Old School track, which had references for me a bit more the German side. But as well, with the Mayday things and the West Bam nods and stuff. But then the switch to a modern sound halfway through. But then with these 4 tracks together, and then suddenly it was an EP that made sense. And I always feel like if I present a track in the right context, that people will understand more of what I'm going for, as opposed to just doing single tracks every 2 months or whatever. So that's the thinking behind the EP.
It's nice to see you kind of re-energized since the further association with Thunderdome, because there was a time where you were struggling and with your motivation, with where you were just generally, and where you struggling to see where you fit within the scene. I remember watching a video that you uploaded, and you were like, where am I? What am I doing? Kind of thing. And then you've kind of gotten signed on the Thunderdome. However that worked, I don't know. But it's nice to see you with some solid outputs now and getting the recognition that you deserve, and getting seen by all of the different, shall we say, audiences, whatever, like subgenre appreciation societies, and you're getting what you deserve, and you're getting seen as the person that you are, and that's nice to see, man.
Yeah, I hope so. I think that it is definitely going better. I never need motivation to make music, It's just that's what happens. I want to do that all the time. If it was up to me, I'd do even more out there stuff, and even more projects, more concepts. But sometimes you feel like as much as music as an art itself is its own motivation, you want to be able to do something with what you made, right? Because having it on your hard disks is cool, is nice, and but you want to be able to play it out, and you want it to reach the people that you think would understand where you're coming from, you know. So the right kind of audience. And there was certainly a time that what you referenced that I felt like, I don't know, the hardcore was moving away from what I was trying to do. In retrospect, that was only the beginning, because afterwards it just went way more, you know, towards the sounds that it is now. But I felt like, but the stuff I want to do is I never wanted to do that to be successful, to get that main stage, to get that label, you know. I just wanted to do that because that was what I felt I wanted to do with hardcore or whatever style at the moment. But and then when the hardcore is moving away from that, you're sort of stuck with your own style, and you need to have a sort of a platform in whatever way, you know, even if it's your own platform or a label or an event or something. So after that, for a couple of years, I just did a sort of a Bandcamp YouTube kind of combination. I did the challenges. I did I made my own little videos with the things.
They were awesome, man.
Just dumped everything on Bandcamp, most of it for free or for like €1 or whatever, you know. And just to get it out there, like if you want to have it, here it is. And that kept me motivated enough to keep releasing, you know, and to keep challenging myself, because I love making music, you know, and I love doing new stuff. And then afterwards, obviously the link up happened with Thunderdome. And then, it was a completely different platform to work on. It was kind of weird as well, because for some people, I got reactions like, wow, he's back, or whatever, you know? Well, I never went anywhere. I just sort of lost contact, sort of. You know, I still made music. I still released music. I gave it away for free or uploaded it to YouTube. But I still did stuff. But it wasn't really going anywhere because nobody was. I had no way to reach more people. And
I think you have to understand what an enormous pressure there is on the people at the top of the main stages now to constantly have new content, and to sort of always kowtow to the demands of their audience almost.
To be programmable. That's the thing, you know. If they want to know, like, oh, what kind of guy is this? Oh, this is kind of like he's not up tempo, but he plays fast stuff, or you know, he's a good warm up guy, or he's a new talent, or they need something they can place, and but on their, you know, on the stage that they want to program. So if you don't fit the main stage and you don't fit the second stage, and you know, they don't know what to do with you.
Yeah.
And this is also, I think it's also a Dutch problem, because I've played like lineups in other countries that it's just a hardstyle guy,
it's more
a breakcore guy,
you
know, whatever. Like, and everybody's just moshing and then freaking out with every drop and whatever. It doesn't matter. Everybody's having fun. But like in the Netherlands, it's now our theme is this kind of event, and we have the main stage, which is always hardstyle, and we have the whatever, which is always hardcore. But there's always the new sound, or at least
for us, hardcore is this little narrow bandwidth, little bit of hardcore. That's the hardcore we like, and that's the only thing we're going to program at our festivals.
Yeah,
I saw him being very unhappy about this too. But I also, I'm just trying to think about all this sickness and throwing up I went through last night. I did a few hours prior listen to like the top 20 new hardcore releases that came out.
Maybe that's it. But you know, it's easy to, because that's also what I tried to say in that video. You know, it's easy to hate on something you don't like, because that's what they do to our stuff, but we do that right back to the main stage stuff, you know. Because you can't say, no, 30,000 kids they are wrong. I'm the one who's right. The 30,000 kids, they don't understand. No, they should be listening to me. No, of course they shouldn't, because you can't tell them what to do. They love this stuff. They eat it up, and they should. They enjoy it. And I understand that festivals will program for them, for these kids, and more power to them. Of course, they are companies. They are in a business, and they have to survive. And these kids, they want to go to what they like, what they listen in their cars or at home or in their, that's their scene. But it is hard if you just if you want to cut it up into preformed bits, like this is what hardcore sounds like now. This is what hardstyle sounds like now. This is what is the harder stuff. This is what techno is. Because if you enforce these style choices, these boundaries, then you're also taking away, the blood of the scene, because the people going to the events are not even going to be exposed to this music anymore, these artists anymore. So that lands you in a sort of like a vicious circle that keeps you pushing you further and further out of the spotlight. So it's not something I have this cut and dried answer for, because
it's
like
a very complex topic, isn't it?
Yeah, because they're not wrong. You can't say like.
But there's also the side of it is that how much influence do the brands have on actually changing people's tastes and developing them pushing them down a certain route.
Yeah,
so
that's
you say there's 30,000 kids that are into that, therefore that's the right thing. But are they into that because the horse was led to water, or because it walked there itself? So there's so many complex side topics and things that make up the actual subject. It's I find it fascinating, honestly.
Yes, I always try to, when I do engage with the bigger promoters, I try to remind them of their sort of social responsibility to the scene, because so many people discovered, I guess, not mainstream hardcore because they accidentally wandered into Area 2 and heard somebody like Luke play and went, what the fuck is this? I love it. And if that, like, what I'm always mindful of is that discovery is still in place, that it's not, that you don't get rid of it. Just because something is not popular, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't invest a few €1,000 into it to make sure it keeps having it keeps its position, or at least you can subsidize things too. That's okay. I mean, the industrial hardcore kids are not like, most of us are introverts. We're not the social media type. I mean, I had to mute Greg on Instagram because it's constant selfies and like.
This is a discussion we've been. This is a discussion that we've been having.
Can't wait to play.
Like I was talking with Frank. Like industrial hardcore is perfectly not suited for this social media age, because we're all introverts. We're all into our little niche things. We like to dig into the stuff we like. We like to we're not so shouty about it, and
make music for the music. Do not make music necessarily for a performance.
Yeah,
I think that's also a very big difference.
So what you get is that I think that's also why people that I was referring to before think that there is no industrial, because they don't shout about it all day, and
I just spent 5 hours in the studio in my fucking underwear, bro, and the snare still isn't going to make it past the snare police. And that's it. I'm sad now. I'm going to go back into my room and work on music.
Yeah, it's because the people that are into this kind of stuff are exactly the people that are not yelling on social media about this thing. And if you use that as a yardstick to what the scene is doing, then you're getting the wrong message, because these guys is like, if you ask four guys who like pizza if they like pizza, they're gonna say yeah. It's because that's the thing that's happening. They're just looking at the same segment of the scene, and we're we're too introverted, man, and that makes us less sellable as well. And
I just don't have it in me. And I just don't want. And I know that comes at a price. It is much more useful to actually hire someone to go with you to all the gigs. They can stand behind you with the camera and record a good video, so you have content every week, so you get more gigs. But it is the last thing on my mind when I'm playing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I'm just there to do what I do, and that's even the playing part. And I definitely don't think about any of this when I'm in the studio, being very unhappy working with something.
I do the same thing.
I mean, all you see is success moments. You see people with their fists in the air and screaming. Nobody ever talks about how it's a real struggle to make this music sometimes. Yeah, struggle fist. Yeah,
I always think on the way back from gigs, like when I'm a crumpled mess, I haven't got any pictures on my phone, I haven't taken any video, and like, what? I've got nothing to upload, and you end up having to ask other people for it. It's normally like the last thing on my mind. Like you're rushing for a flight, then you go and get some food, and then you're at the hotel.
Do it.
Yeah,
we should do it. I mean, the companies that are promoting these stages need to be visible. Now, what we always had the good fortune that people would still do industrial stages, so that this chance of discovery is still there.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a danger of it slipping away. So yeah, if there's people that you're signing that are really good at social media, tell them, dude, milk it. If you can, no, if you have it in you to just do one video, can't wait to play at Bass Fuckers XL or whatever, and it's gonna be sick. And then after it was fucking sick. And then on Monday post a video of you playing a track, say, hey, this is a new track by so and so forthcoming. Whatever. If you do that, that is unfortunately what our scene needs. I'm not saying it needs it. I'm saying I would love for it to just need our album or a new album by Greg or whoever. But it realistically in this social media age, it isn't going to be enough. But it just doesn't. We're all old men. And
yo. We?
Well, you're at least 20, I think.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, there you go. So yeah, I don't think if you don't have it in you naturally, you can force yourself to do it, but I think it'll make you I know it makes Noel very unhappy. It makes me unhappy. It's just not something I like to do.
Yeah.
And it's detrimental to us, like definitely. But the music comes first for us, and we're showing that in a very painful way.
Yeah. Passion, not fashion, right?
Yeah, but we need to do both.
Yeah,
you can have both.
But yeah, if there's somebody who could, if there's somebody who wants, if there's somebody who is good at doing video stuff, like what's the big thing coming up? I guess Prospect XL. There's going to be everyone there. Everyone should have. There should be a videographer that has just sick content for all the artists, so they have something to post over the coming weeks.
Yeah. Alex,
it's a small investment.
Alex, if you're listening, that's your ticket, man. You should do that for sure.
Seriously, we all need it.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to play a couple last tracks on the What's Hot, and then we're going to go for questions and answers. I want to be as quick as possible because we've already hit 4 hours.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and I don't want to break any records, and Greg will get very upset.
Greg already see this. Greg only has smiles on his face.
It's okay,
but that is his upset smile. Right?
I know how to cheer him up.
This is talking completely.
This is actually topical because it's Greg. It's referencing something that's current in the scene, and it's something that's nice for our scene. So this is Dolphin Narcas.
Bring the rockets. Here to bring the ruckus. Words raise the crown. Yeah. Yo. Bring the ruckus. Baseline. Here to bring the ruckus. Words raise the crown. Yeah.
All right.
You know,
so
snares. I've got a few left over.
Got any change?
I thought you threw all the snares in that one.
Tell us about the kicks, Greg.
Zark kicks, aren't they?
Yeah, Zark kicks, aren't they?
Zark. Yeah. So I was just playing around with them. I was just kind of interested, like, why, what made them and stuff like that. So because it's kind of slightly different.
It's fun. I like them so much more than the peep kicks. It's so much energy in this shit. We're working on a really slow, like 130, 135 Zark kick track. It's dark as shit. It only exists in my head so far. But it's really good. So Carmen and I both actually we work on tracks he does it in the shower, and he's like, I just wrote a track in the shower, but it's not gonna work. But yeah, they're really good. I really like those kicks so much more than peep kicks.
You know why? Because they're bass lines.
Yeah, totally, exactly right. So that was the idea. I was like, it's just all bass, and it's got so much power in that sub and stuff. And it's like, okay, let's fucking sidechain all the drums through the mid.
It's like sawtooth bass, right? Yeah, resonant peak sawtooth bass. Yeah,
yeah, totally
cool.
So yeah, that was fun.
Great track. Really love it. Yeah,
it's really good too. You know what? You should think of it maybe doing this professionally. It's a really good track.
it's got crazy energy when you drop it. Whatever I drop afterwards, I always feel like the energy comes right back down again. But when it kicks, it's like intense.
Yeah, because you're taking. See, that's what people used to do to us. To me, Noel, back in the day, people took the end of bar snare and the 2/4 snare from whatever we were doing across. That's cool. That was introduce those elements. This, I think, when I heard the Zark kicks, I was like, okay, this is an element I can use from mainstream contemporary music, and that I can use in our shit, because you can make this dark too.
Totally. Yeah. And fun. Nice. This is nice to play around with something different that kind of, like, say, more modern and contemporary, and pull it into the shit that we do.
Yeah.
It was funny you said that you sent me a message the other day saying that Gabaland was good. It was weird that there was a party of that scale with no pipe kicks or no up tempo there. And then the next thing that you sent to me was I played Narcan, and it was the best tune that I played in the whole set. Everybody loved it. It's like, kind of ironic in some way.
Well,
wait, Narcan is when you go into a heroin overdose, fentanyl overdose.
It's the drug they blast it into you, like injection that they give you of Narcan, which
pulls you out of
heroin overdose. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, Zark kicks they get lumped in with up tempo, but they're very different to peep kicks.
No, it's new and it's fun.
Yeah.
I don't like laser kicks, don't like hammer kicks, but I like these.
The thing is that people are making cheesy tracks with Zark kicks.
Totally.
But that doesn't mean that they only exist or can exist in cheesy tracks. So I think as soon as we pry them away from that idea, there's definitely something to be done there, and you did. So yeah, I mean,
Cheers, man. Thank you.
Big up,
Big up,
Dolphinson.
Big up. And that's available on Motormouth Records, and I put a link in the chat, and you can get it at their Bandcamp right now. I'm going to play 2 more tracks real quick, back to back, and then we're going to go questions, and we're going to close up. So this is about to release. This is the mastered versions are all done now of the Death Machine Dread remix LP, and this is the Incoherent remix. Right, that is one track of 12 coming on the forthcoming Dread Remixes LP, which has got everything from UK garage to hardcore techno and everything in between. There's breakcore on there, there's dubstep, there's jungle, there's all kinds of shit on there, and that's coming out really, really, really soon. All the masters are done, all the videos are created. It's been a bit of a slog, but it's about
the bombs are
to
all primed.
drop. Yeah, man.
Okay.
I'll actually send it to you guys in a minute. The promo is going out early next week, but I'll send it to you directly in a minute, so you've got it all. Very happy with the release. It's a bad boy, and I want to give a special shout out. And the last track that I'm going to play, I know I've already played a track by Butterfist, but I'm really proud of him. He's got his first release outside Oblivion signed to Industrial Strength, and this comes out next week. This is Butterfist. This is music.
Before I kill you, I want to watch.
Why don't you take a seat? How do you expect to stop the devil if you don't believe he's real?
So that's coming out this Friday on Industrial Strength, 4-track EP. Huge congratulations to Butterfist on your progress so far, bro. Really proud of you, man.
Settle down.
Yeah.
Leave some for the rest of us.
Yeah, and he definitely had some of the snares that you had left over in there, Greg. Snareageddon, that was. So big up, brother. Big up. Respect. Okay, so that is the end of the What's Hot section.
What's hot?
We're going to do some quick fire questions. Try and not make this fucking 2 o'clock in the morning job.
Okay, we'll do 10 words max per answer.
Okay, remember that when you're answering, because it's normally you that runs away. There is actually a Q&A section at the top of the chat, guys, where I've specifically created it so that people can put questions in there and they don't get missed. I've already captured a couple, though. One we didn't want to miss earlier on was... where is it? Fucking something to do with channels, right?
What is multi-tracking?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
What is multi-tracking? Yeah, I'll take it. Multi-tracking is when you... It's a bit of a weird word because obviously when you're working, it's multi-tracked because you have more than one track of audio going on. But when we use the word, we usually mean that we bounce it down or render it down or export it down to separate stems and then redo the mix and, if needed, arrangement or effects on these stems. So it's a bit convoluted because multi-tracking in production industry usually means recording something to multiple tracks, but when we use it we mean to work with wave files of the sounds that you just used. So you get rid of all your MIDI, you get rid of all, like if a track has 90 million little fragments and blocks and cuts on it, you mash it down to one nice big block of audio, and you do that to all your ingredients. And if there's a chance, you get rid of a lot of tracks as well. So for instance, if you have 4 different closed hi-hats, maybe you don't need them to be 4 tracks anymore, right? So you can say, okay, so that's now one thing. And if you have layers of an instrument, of like a snare or a kick drum, that you know the layers are fine, they have to stay that way, you flatten it down so that if you want to do any edits, any EQs or whatever to the snare drum, you do it to all the layers. So it cleans up your project massively. Usually when I go to to stem mix, I don't use the same project. I export all the audio and start a new project, a new file with these exported stems in there. So occasionally you'll keep working in an active project, but if you have any chance, just start fresh.
Yeah.
And you'll have free headroom, and you'll have free effect slots, and you can cut off reverb tails that you don't want. You can you can decide to completely remove a slice of your arrangement if you want, because it's so easy to do if you just work with, say, 12 audio stems or maybe 20 instead of 80 tracks of automation and other bullshit that you've been heaping on top of itself for a couple of weeks. And yeah, it's good for your brain and it's good for your track. So I would definitely say that everybody give it a shot.
Also transitions, right? If you have to transition from one point to the other, if you have long generated things, it's so much easier to do this in audio if you can actually stop it and time it exactly right and get the volumes right. Like oh yes, I didn't know this, but it needs to be turned down 2 dB. And I couldn't see it in the track was still in the project, but in the mixdown project I can definitely see it. And yeah, it allows you to inspect things. If you have crazy filtering, like I hear in the Butterfist tracks, there's always really big filtering at the end of bars, EQ movements. Sometimes this affects the next kick that hits on the one, and we replace those. It helps you. It allows you to take your track and to inspect it from all sides too. Look at every element. Like, okay, that's what's wrong. Or that's what's good.
A little warning though, you have to be pretty meticulous about making the stems because you don't want to screw up that part of the process. If you have a plugin that's off or on or whatever, you have to make sure that the stems are what you mean the audio to be. So that also means that if you, for instance, work in 32-bit or 64-bit, or you have distortions or other stuff happening, you have to make sure that some of these sounds work the way they do because they are in the reds. So you have to be careful that when you export these tracks, you should keep them in the reds and export that audio. Or you should maybe route it to a bus and export the bus. You have to be careful that you keep the idea. So what's also important is that you, if you work in 32-bit, it's actually often float. And what that means is that the audio does not have a set like clipping volume, amplitude. So if you record a distortion that is working in 32-bit on a 32-bit audio and export it in 32-bit, what happens if you normalize that? The distortion is gone because anything that was in the red has now been normalized back down. So the trick that we do for like heavily distorted sounds or whatever is go 16-bit with these things. And actually go to the lower bit rate because 16-bit is dumb as hell, and that's what you want. It just is what you hear, and the clipping and everything is exported with the file. And then obviously you can take your 16-bit stems and do another high bit rate mix with them. But now your sound is already baked in and you're free to go.
Okay, great answer. Thank you.
It's not 10 words, but sorry.
No, it's fine. It's less than 10 minutes. That's all I care about. Question, do you guys work other jobs or full-time producing, DJing? I work. Yep.
Full-time, but yeah, all different aspects of this job. So we produce our tracks, we do mixes, we do mastering for other people, we do like a lot of stuff that you never thought was going to be part of your job, you end up doing. So
making artwork for your record,
videos, doing digital distribution, making sure that platforms have your tracks in the right way, adding videos, adding the right links, all this kind of maintenance stuff is where lots of time goes in. So we're full time on this, but like not full time in producing music, new music, because it's just because we tend to do a lot of this stuff ourselves because we're too neurotic that way, and because people just don't always understand how you mean to do stuff, and they're not as because if you put details into something, you are aware that they are there, and people will maybe skip over them. So you end up having to double check anything anyway. So if you have to double check, you might as well do it yourself, right?
Yeah.
So that's what happens.
One of the hardest things I find as a label manager to do is to get somebody that understands how to do what I want to do, exactly how I want to do it. And you end up in the situation where you're micromanaging somebody and you end up putting the amount of effort into it almost that you would, and you pay in. So there's a balance there, and there's like an artistic integrity that you want to apply to everything without being too like, and it's difficult.
It is.
But yeah, and Greg,
don't trust anyone.
You work, and this is like a side passion job thing, right? Greg?
But
well, I'll take it. I worked as a teacher for a really long time too. I'm actually back in it for another week. I'm working 2 months this year because the former school I worked at was really they had a problem. They needed someone for 6 hours for 2 months, and you'll never find anyone that was willing to move for a 6-hour job for 2 months only. So I decided to help them out. and I worked part-time as a teacher before that, maybe 25 years or so, and it gives you the freedom to fuck around and just do introvert industrial hardcore. You know, you basically work to make sure that you don't have to do anything that you don't want to do. No, it doesn't work for everybody, but that definitely worked like that for me. And then when I started doing it full time 3 years ago or so, I was like, oh, this is scary. Now I actually need to make effective music and it needs to sell. And I'm much more concerned about that than I was before.
The reason I didn't hear you, I was reading someone's question about, they were saying, okay, I'll bounce, or I used to bounce everything in 24 or 32 bit rather than now they're saying I want to move to 16. There's a big difference between 24 bit and 32 bit. 24 is more like 16 on steroids with it's got a better noise floor, isn't it? That's basically the only difference.
That's a good description. Yeah.
But 32-bit is a different animal. You have a floating thing, so it maintains all of the information above 0, which 24-bit doesn't.
I was just typing to or trying to type to somebody that there are instances that you want 32 because
totally.
For instance, if you have if your mix down is really busy and everything got really loud and you have a breakdown that has some atmospheric stuff going on and their pads are clipping and whatever, you can get rid of that. You could also do everything to buses and turn them down or whatever, but 32 could also potentially solve that problem because if sounds are clipping that are not meant to be clipping, then exporting them as 32-bit and re-leveling them could fix that. It doesn't fix it always. Some plugins, for instance, they decide to clip internally and then you're just screwed. So you get cracks and pops. But sometimes it is a way to get your headroom back on the sounds that actually did need them. If you have sounds like kick drums that you have meticulously tuned to be clipping in a certain way, you obviously don't want that to go away. So then you would go to a stupid format like 16-bit.
Okay, next question. Were there any considerations when this is from Nori, were there any considerations when selecting tracks of the album to put on vinyl based on what's going to be hot?
It was the first 8 that were finished.
Really?
That is true. At the same time, we did intentionally finish those 8 tracks.
Okay.
But it was 50% convenience and 50% planning. So because we needed to move on the vinyl thing, because even beforehand we were already, looking out for the process.
Yeah, we had a buffer. We had a 2-month buffer in case things went wrong, and then things went wrong 2 or 3 times, and we missed our buffer.
Yeah,
like we completely filled it up. It's pretty shitty, but I'm happy we took that buffer.
I have to say that
we might have selected different ones now, but still we're
but
happy
it wasn't totally like the first 8 tracks because, for instance, Remain
the first
Calm.
8 tracks we decided these we can finish quickly.
Yeah, because like Remain Calm was one of the first tracks that was 80% done, and still we finished it as one of the last ones, so it got added to the CD and not to the final. So there was a bit of planning there. The tracks that we could get done, the tracks that we needed to be on the vinyl were on the vinyl, and then it was also a partially convenience. Just to get the project moving.
Great. Next question, Agent Zero. Do you think while exploring and finding labels to release on, self-releasing tracks in between is still a good option?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Absolutely. Evening the averages out.
So when you're at the start of your career, you can still really a label push makes the most sense. You can't just decide that you're going to be the big raw hardstyle thing and that you're going to just flood the market with your own Bandcamp releases. It's just not going to work. That's not the world that they live in. You need to make it through getting in touch with one of those bigger labels that is in cahoots with a big festival organization, a festival promoter. If you if you have some things and the labels are giving you feedback, I like this, but I would get rid of the first 5 minutes, and you believe in it, and you can't find anyone to release it, then definitely release it yourself if you believe in it. 100%. You have your contacts, you know who to send it to. You can make sure that it ends up in everybody's hands that might want to play it.
Well, that's the thing. Like, some people are like networking geniuses and stuff, and they can self-release things and get it everywhere. They manage to play the social media game. They get it to all the DJs that would play it. They get the views and the clicks and whatever. And if you can do that yourself, it can definitely be a way to get yourself more noticed, and then maybe afterwards ride the label wave again. But yeah, it has to be, if you self-release and you mean it to be something small, like a side project thing, then it's easier to do. If you really self-release and you want it to be big, then you have your work cut out. And some people can do that, and some are not as good. So
I mean, we were really lucky with ours. Of course, we do have existing aliases to lean on. We had a label with a decent following that was, somehow willing to put it out. But it's a new name, and people are still missing it. I mean, people are asking us, "Hey, where's? I never got that promo," but they did get the promo. It's just a new thing that they had never seen before.
We actually think that played a role in how our vinyl was handled.
Yeah, they actually admitted that to us. If we had just told them
that it was us,
then they would have cut it differently, they said. Then they would have seen it as intentional.
Yeah. Now we're like, these
newbies. I see Greg just losing his shit over there over what I just said.
Yeah, they're like, these newbies won't know better anyway, so let's give them this. And we're like, no. Yeah. Oh well.
Next question. I'm going to do 2 more questions maximum, and then we're done. Vonda, demanufacturer, album production question. How difficult was it to mold all these different sounds into one cohesive collection, making them all stick together so well?
The tracks or the sounds?
It says,
I think in the context of the album, I think, right? So
yeah, he
make
says
it all fit
sounds.
together.
We're both.
Both.
I usually don't toot my own horn too much because it makes you go blind, I hear. But we are pretty good at the sound design and the mixing. So that's actually the thing that we think about the least. I think even how it sounds. We don't spend a lot of time trying to massively improve a kick or something. We just it mostly even. No, we don't. We don't compare to some other people. No, I think a lot of the tracks will sound very similar to what they were in the projects, but they were maybe at like 80 or 85%. We did spend a lot of time just getting details ready, but these are more technical details, like, oh shit, the transients are disappearing in this segment of the kick. Or some of these bass notes are overlapping or something, but not really the sound design aspect.
I think what helped was that most of these tracks were born of the same like mindset. They were from the same universe, and they were meant to be this part of this album, right? It wasn't like we were just grabbing tracks from this studio, that producer, whatever, and having them smush them together and make them sound right. These tracks were very much each other's brothers and sisters, so to speak. And the hardest tracks to get to fit were probably the ones that were older tracks that we decided to use, or older loops, or another track that was going somewhere else that we pulled into the project. Those were harder to get right because the other ones already were cohesive. The sounds and the mixes were already they lived in the same place, so they fit well together on the album. We didn't have like that 9 tracks sounded good, but others sounded completely different. We didn't run into that as much, except maybe with the Mad Tracker sounds that just have different highs. They have different highs and lows, and there's a different fidelity to them. I think we spent the most time on those to get them to fit, and the rest
like something like Violence. Like the Violence is one of those ones that he's saying here. The tracks have all these different sounds and recordings. Violence is definitely one of those tracks. It has a lot of those recordings. It has the from different different times and different places all put together. But yeah, I was like, hey, I need something moody for this intro. So he runs downstairs and he makes that. He comes back 10 minutes later and he's like, yeah, I just put a bunch of sounds together that will fit in the intro. It was fun to do.
Okay.
We actually have fun. Yeah, we have a lot of fun making the mixes busy but not sound too crowded. Yeah. Okay.
Last question. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much did you enjoy making the album? It's an easy question.
5.
I love having made the album.
Yeah, exactly.
That it's in the past.
It got in the way of his Thunderdome EP. It's just a lot more time went into it than we thought it would. But the project also kept growing for us.
Yeah,
we're really happy that we did it.
Yeah, but at the same time, now it sounds like it was a chore. And if you know, I was super relieved and I felt so free to be able to just make a track and not care at all if this was for DJ XYZ or whatever.
That's very liberating, right?
Yeah, liberating. I did not care. I was going to do this track, this sound, this whole album the way that I wanted to do it, and with the sounds that I wanted, with the kicks that I wanted. And if they were not going to play it, who cares? And if we're going to do a step track, we're going to do a step track. And if we're going to do a long intro, we're going to do a long intro. And that was wonderful. That was like chains gone.
Yeah, that's also why it has that's why it has a different name too. I mean, we're still cheating, leaning on our old successes to get the project, to give it a little bit of a head start. But it is a completely new name, so that people can't say, well, I like the first Silence album better. Well, no, this is the first one.
Yeah, so we don't want to make it sound like it was a chore or anything. It wasn't. It was a lot of work.
Fun chore also.
It was a lot of work, and there were stressful moments, and there was a lot of stuff that really needed attention. We needed to be meticulous. And I mean,
it's an 8 for the vinyl press. It's an 8 just because of the vinyl press, I think.
Yeah.
No, but it was great. I feel that artistically, I needed this to breathe, and
one of my big motivations also is to pull him to give him a safe harbor to this kind of shit.
To play in the sandbox.
It's like, yeah, but who's going to play this? It doesn't matter. But it's too slow. It doesn't matter.
Me!
But Party Razor won't play it now. It's 1:35.
I'm just playing in the sandbox of darkness.
That's next LP title. Yeah.
Well, wicked. I think that's it for Q&A. Has anybody got anything that they would like to promote or pimp or push right now? The album. Okay, we've done that. We did it.
If you haven't already bought one, we still have about 120 copies left.
Okay.
I'm not saying you should buy all 120.
You could.
But it will help put my kids through school,
Okay. All right, I guess we can close. Don't forget, guys, if you do want to support us a little bit more, then you can. If you head over to our YouTube channel, you can join our membership scheme. There's various different benefits for doing that. Don't worry, the channel will always be free to watch. The show will always be free to watch. But if you want to help us out, buy us a coffee per month and help us develop the channel, then you can. Normally do that earlier in the show, but whatever. Thanks to everybody who've been awesome in the chat. It's been a nice, busy, populated chat and fun. And special thanks to Conrad and Frank for coming onto the show. You guys are seriously legends within the game, and really, really honoured that
Thank
you
you
would
very
join
much
us.
for having us.
I hope you felt comfortable and you enjoyed yourself. It was a real pleasure for us.
It was a great time.
Yeah, for real.
Amazing.
All right, we'll
need,
see you we'll see you for the next one.
Wait, we need a thumbnail. We need a picture for the thumbnail. So you all need to act like you're having a good time. There you go. Perfect. Jay will be happy. Thanks again, everybody. We're going to close the show with something different.
We should do a close-up one like this.
Oh, perfect.
Or we should.
I've actually got a button for that. We're going to close the show with something different, like we always do. This month, something different is SHA from the recent Ruby My Dear release, and this is a fantastic video. So I welcome you all to enjoy it. Peace out, and take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
New blood.
I'm back. I fucked it up.
You cocked it.
Oh man, I've really fucked that up again. Hold on a second. Something's gone wrong here. Have we got? How have I managed to do this again? Aha! Here we go. Right, we're really leaving now. Goodbye, everybody. See you later.